Good morning, guys. All right. Still looks a little bit bearish. There's still quite a decent number of puts here, too. Nvidia had a pretty nice recovery. So momentum still looks kind of bearish. Let's see if we fill this gap. Little uptick at fall. Nvidia's failing again. A little bit. Have you seen QQQ? Yep. It's having a rough morning. The security, like the cybersecurity stocks, all got fucking pummeled last night. PANW dropped like 20%. I think what's CrowdStrike down? CrowdStrike's down 11% today. Still have a pretty good ramp down to 49.50. If we lose 49.50, that's gamma neutral on the monthly. We could see a test of 40. Pretty decent amount of call buying though in an attempt to stave off the drop. Maybe it doesn't matter. That doesn't look particularly good. Rejection on the top part of the trend here on ES. Yeah, the downside test is like 49.46 ES. It's almost a $30 drop. There's some support at 49.60, but Fubo might cut my March 2.53C if this drops much lower. Okay. I'm out of crowd bags. Thanks, Pickle Man. Nice. Straight up into NVIDIA earnings rug pull. Well, we don't know if NVIDIA is gonna miss. Is Tesla full of beans today? Looks like it's bouncing back. Found some support at 170. Oh, wait, no. Sorry. Found some support at 190, 175. 189 yesterday. 190. So breaking above 196. Kind of bullish. Still would have to break back above 200 though. Where frankly it might fail. There's a lot of sold calls there. Indexes don't look particularly great, so is this beyond covering? A little bit, yeah, a little bit of covering. They have earnings tomorrow. I don't know. Yeah, looks like a little bit of covering on IWN, which is a bit odd, but yeah, that's what it appears to be. Stinky farts. What happened? When Google die? I don't know. Maybe next week, the week after, sometime around then. Ideally. Mm-hmm. Buying a lot of fucking in the money. Buying a lot of in the money calls here. Mm. Do you have a stop on your straddle on NVIDIA or SPX? I have straddles on both. On NVIDIA, I'm already stopped out of my pets. That stopped out like on the first candle of the day. There's a limit stop. I got an okay fill, but I do need it to go back up. Which it probably will towards the end of today as we approach earnings. I didn't sell any AT&T. I'm still largely buying it up until like 1850. I think I still have it on drip. I don't think Beyond's MOASsing, but it's having a nice morning. This is at 83 now. What's that? 8306. Nah. Alright. Some out of the money calls selling off. Puts are pretty stagnant though. A little more breathing room so that doesn't get stopped out on the gap fill. QQQ. Stable, but it looks a lot more bearish than the SPX does. Alright. Do you think Beyond will drop down before earnings? It might drop down after earnings. It's not a company that makes a lot of money. No, I wasn't. Well, I was talking, but then I wasn't. I don't know. Barkin says we need to push back as consumers. Is he telling us to boycott AI? Maybe. Thoughts on Fubo suing over Disney Warner Fox merger? Well, it's definitely exciting. I can't imagine it's going to be great for their share price in the near term, though. And now Disney and Warner are probably also going to short the fuck out of Fubo in order to keep them from gaining access to capital. Or, well, yeah, they'll hire someone to do it, but, you know, same thing. Beyond earnings are tomorrow, aren't they? This shows Feb 22nd. I mean, whatever their website says, I would trust that. I'm just going based on what the brokerage here says, which says tomorrow night. I think. Yeah, the bleed down in momentum slowing here, but we do still have the confirmed rejection on the upper trend. Yeah. On EOS. So we'll see if it gains any more downside momentum. We could just chop here. If we continue to get in the money call buying. So keep an eye out for that, but it doesn't look like we're going to bounce just yet. But they are defending the downside quite a bit. I think bulls don't want it to test 50. That's a big risk, right? If we test 50, we might test 40 or 25. If you only had one day trade today, is there a larger move breakdown this morning or bounce in the afternoon? Uh, I would say both of those have a lot of potential. The middle of the day is probably going to be pretty stagnant, and we could kind of end up stagnating here. I think we have some data in 2 minutes, and that might kind of break the stalemate. What do we have? Oh, maybe we don't. EU consumer confidence. Well, that's fucking not important. Actually, the next important data set is either the 2-year FRN at 11:30 or the 20-year bond at 1 o'clock. Yeah, I don't think ECB consumer confidence is really gonna fucking make much of it. It might boost the dollar a little. Dollar's down a tiny bit. Yields are pretty flat, so big battle at futures 49.75 though. That doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon. I will say the Bears have the advantage here quite a bit. So it'll be everything the Bulls can do to keep it from dropping below 49.60. Bulls have established a little bit of a call wall at 49.70. So if we can move above 49.70, the Bulls have a little bit of a foothold. If we don't, 49.50 or 40 would be the downside targets. QQQ doesn't look so hot right now. No. What's all this shrimp nonsense about? It's bullshit. Usual bullshit. Companies short other companies? Why not? Who's actually getting 30-year mortgage MBA rates for 7% with 20% down? People with money? And 7% with 20% down seems like a shitty deal. So maybe poor people? Hey, I made $1.76 on this tasty shrimp. Congratulations, man. Fubo RQ. I mean, they have a good case, I think. Um, I'm not entirely happy that they decided to take upon themselves the mantle of suing Disney and Fox. But I suppose they feel like they can afford to do it. Oh, pricks. Well, that was interesting. Hmm. Bulls still need to get it above 49.70. No? Hmm. That's a breakout on futures. Almost enough to shift momentum. Remember, bulls have to hold 70 here. Probably a good idea to put a stop. Oop. Still in Apple spreads? Yeah, they're for like next month. Well, why wouldn't I be? I sold them in the fucking money, man. I'm touching 5K today, Gorb. It was written in blood. Whose? I thought you read you were closing some today. No. Bear blood? Mm. Why don't we see if bulls can get it back above GN first? Although I will admit that was an impressive pump. They still didn't get the price where they needed to stabilize. Yeah, call wall's still at 49.70, so they need to get it above that. So a failure here is probably just extra bearish. And a wasted pump. I mean, they'll get vol down. I mean, I think that's really all they're doing here is ensuring that if we test 49.50, vol doesn't break 16, which is arguably more important than the price. Hmm. Those are all kind of flat. Bull trap or bull flag? We'll find out. I'd say it's a bull trap. I mean, they're definitely trying to get back above where they have positioning, but they just were not successful at it. I feel like if vol turns around here, that's pretty bad for them. They haven't lost 65 yet, though, so not a lot of change in resistance or anything. Is your PT changed for Fubo? No. Like what? Like long term? Yeah, I don't think this has anything to do with that. That's not a real thing, CMO. They don't even sell that kind of shrimp. They sell like gourmet, like sushi, like head-on sushi shrimp that are like delivered live. Given liquidity and potential shorting from Fox Disney, how low could Fubo go over the next 2 to 3 weeks? $1? Maybe lower? Look at all of you guys. If I can overextend it on Fubo. Yeah, I'll probably pick up some synthetic longs on Fubo if it goes under $1 again. That shit was awesome. How are people overextending themselves on a $2 stock? It's I don't poor. I don't know. Sometimes I don't think like Disney's joint venture has anything to do with Fubo's earnings and stuff though. Like the fucking product isn't even out yet, right? So it's not going to affect their subscriber base or their earnings or anything like that. It's not like people are like, "Oh man, that new Disney thing's coming out. I better cancel my Fubo 6 months in advance." How are people overextending themselves on a 2 cent stock? The promise of being rich is strong. Popcorn. They think that if they buy 20,000 shares of a penny, literal penny stock, that stock will go up, and they'll be wealthier than they were when they started, which is idiotic. But here we are. I'll have 4 pennies instead of 2. I don't know what it is about the ability to buy large quantities of shitty stocks that people love so much, but they really do. It was like BBBYRQ, like after it got delisted and everything, and all the dipshits over there who thought it was gonna moon, and like the shorts were gonna squeeze after the company filed bankruptcy and repeatedly said that they were gonna destroy all their equity. People just kept buying that. There were people with like 50,000 shares of fucking Bed Bath and Beyond at like 20 cents. Shitcoin syndrome. Yeah, okay, we could call it that. You can sell so many CCs on this bad boy. It doesn't even have a fucking options chain. I went to treatment for that. Did it work, Ben? Don't talk about my aider like that. I'm hanging in there. I'd like Bulls to fuck this up so we can test gamma neutral. But they're really fighting back. Lame. Gherkin, he's still here. Do you think the treatment worked? Maybe a little. Everybody stopped buying Revlon in after hours. Amazon joining the Dow Jones. Is it dead now? What are they getting rid of? Walgreens? And it probably is just going to mean more ETF buying, right? I don't see it as being a negative. I only bought 1,000 shrimps. You tell me. Okay, that's not too bad. Did I got the Rona again? My 5G nanobots aren't working hard enough. Are you doing your monthly walkthrough of a 5G tower? You gotta go out to a 5G tower once a month and walk around in circles to reactivate them. Good morning, Trash. If you've got some extra money, you can just get a repeater for your house. Put it on the roof. Then you don't have to make the trip. I'm surprised the nanobots haven't compelled you to do it yet. Where's GN now? Which one? Weekly's at 83. Monthly's at 49. When are index rebalances? Towards the summer? No problem, Iceman. Let's hit both today. There's a very good chance we will. Looks at 5G repeater box on my roof. How did that get there? Have you guys gotten a chance to read any of the like really delusional culty AI subreddits? There's there's just this huge swath of really stupid people that are super excited about not having to think anymore. The singularity is my favorite. You mean our artificial intelligence? That's one of them, yeah. That's me. And what scares me the most about AI is how garbage it is, but how many people are just dying to latch onto it. They're like, finally. I can't wait to lose my job and not eat anymore. I've spent less time on the internet since 2016, except for this one niche YouTuber. I can't wait for a religion to form around it. It's the next logical step, right? People are already afraid of it. It's like caveman, right? When they had to explain lightning, they were like, that shit in the sky that's bright, it's scary, must be the gods. That's where we're headed. That's where AI is headed. I'm bullish on AI, but I'm definitely one of the ones who's going to be out of work. People are worshiping something they don't understand. Textbook religiosity. Maybe AI will tell us how to cultivate shrimp on land better than shrimp, and we can outcompete them. Okay, first off, AI has no original ideas. It just takes a bunch of old ideas and reassembles them randomly. It's like RNG for words and pictures. This is what an idea would look like. We did it, boys. We convinced JFresh to make charts comparing NVIDIA, SPX, and shrimp. Oh, Christ. He's not, is he? What blue-collar jobs are you excited to pick up when AI takes over the world? I don't have to worry about it. I already have money. Did the fake meat create a chatbot or a JPEG factory? Only reason I can see that stock going up. Oh, it's just gonna go up because it's so shitty that everyone in the world is trying to short it at once. There's too many shorts. That's the problem with Beyond Meat. It's not because they're like hiding a good company under the surface. They're not. Let me be very clear about that. Is it straddle time yet? I don't know if I'd want to straddle right here. I guess it's not. It's probably not the worst straddle point, but it's not a great one. I'm honestly thinking about leaving my current career to become a plumber as a consultant. They make a killing where I live. I have a buddy who's a plumber who does pretty well. Well, he's not a plumber. He owns a plumbing company. I don't know if he plumbs personally. Reading artificial intelligence now. Listen to this. Gemini Advanced is straight up lying to my face. TLDR. Tried to use Gemini for research. Ended up over a period of hours with Gemini making up increasingly bigger lies, promising research results that never came. Perfect. It's like a search engine, except sometimes it lies to you. So it's like a sneaky search engine. Can I open a discussion? I had an earlier discussion that the one little discussed fact is that AI could replace politicians and potentially provide a new system of governance. Well, given that it's very good at lying and not very good at facts, it seems like it would make the perfect politician. Big meat is powerful. Big meat is bullish. Just ask my wife. Is that her boyfriend's name? Big meat? Sounds like the current Congress. My electrician friend got tired of not always finding work, switched to plumbing. He's making a killing. Do the piping skills translate? I know electricians have to use pipes sometimes. Something about AI as a sci-fi overlord and start thinking about it as a calculator that can calculate art, coding, and a bunch of other stuff. The chatbot isn't the product, it's how it learns. Well, what are they going to sell then? I mean, I understand how LLMs work. It's just not very impressive. And that's before we get into all the possible copyright issues. I hate it when my electric pipes get clogged. Yeah, it's a bitch. Or frozen. I had a dream last night that we were at a bar and you were my wingman. You told me to ask this girl out that's been staring at me. I forgot to do it and went home. I failed you. So really just... Okay. How disappointing. Gas work is just plumbing with more risk. All right, pays more. That's nice. That's called hazard pay. Are we waiting on any data? There's some auctions at 11:30. There's a bigger auction at 1. And then there's Fed minutes at 2. I gotta peace out, but apparently interacting with AI is just both parties gaslighting each other. Largely. Yeah. If this channel goes from Pi-Fi to AI-Fi, I will take that personally. I've always been AI generated. Who the fuck else do you think would sit here day in and day out and listen to this shit? I've been paper trading 0DT iron condors to reduce losses. I mean, paper trading is massively going to reduce your losses. Today, for example, I'm profitable between 49.90, 49.40 end of day. This seems like a repeatable strategy almost every day. Well, yeah, but you can't scale it much because on the very rare occasion that you do just get blown the fuck up, it's going to hurt. Explains a lot, really. Thoughts about NVIDIA earnings? Do you think they can pull it off? I mean, why not? They've spent so much money buying their own chips at this point that it makes sense that they could afford to buy more. I think it's safe to say that you're more intelligent before meeting us. Well, you know, I'm older now. H100, same like Infinity Pool. It's the ultimate product. It's worth 100 times more than it costs to make. It has a black market. And you can use them as collateral to buy more of them. Still short a firm. Nice, yeah. Well, late 30s cognitive decline is pretty steep for you, huh, Dad? Yep. Pretty soon it'll be time to take me out to the pasture and put one in the back of my head. Did the quants properly shame Jfresh about the chair? Why would he shame him? The man's bought a piece of furniture just for fucking. You don't have to lie to me, Trash. I know that the farm upstate is just a ditch down the road. Fun fact, most successful businesses are started by people in their 40s. They finally, well, at that age, they finally learned enough to fuck over people in their 20s and 30s. And so it positions them perfectly to take advantage of everybody who still has hope. Who's using the chair with Jay Fresh's wife? That's not what's important. That's not true. My dog got taken to a farm when I was a kid. Oh boy. Joke's on them. I have no hope. Excellent. As it should be. If China does more cuts and such, would HSI squeeze a bit since there's a lot of shorts on it? They banned short selling. Well, they didn't ban it, but it was like if you short sell the HSI, we're gonna put you in a internment camp. Kind of deal. How old is Jensen? I don't know. He's gray Asian, Graysian. So anywhere from 40 to 73. See, boom, 61. China's banned major institutional investors from reducing equity holdings at the open and close of each trading day. Part of the government's most forceful attempt yet to prop up the market. They're really throwing everything they can at it. It's going to be funny if they still don't succeed though. Hey, USD JPY, what doing above 150? Seems that the Ministry of Finance has run out of credits in the FX market. They're gonna have to go to the counter and get more quarters. Have you talked about the lawsuit yet? Did you read it? I read parts of it. It's it's very bold. I don't know if it's the wisest choice, but I don't see how Fubo had any alternative route given the anti-competitive practices that were taking place. And that case is pretty clear cut. So I think they have a good shot of winning. The question is, are they going to win in a couple of years or are they going to win in 15 years? I really do hope they delivered my water bottles to my door and not the fucking lobby again. Are the courts where it was filed conservative or liberal? It was a southern district of New York, so tough call, actually. New York courts tend to be liberal on social issues, not so much corporate ones. Yeah, we'd have to see. What if Disney just buys out Fubo to get out of this? That would be awesome. I don't think it would be a district attorney. It's a federal case. Do you think we chop until 11:30? I don't know. Momentum's starting to shift back to the well, it's a little bit back to the downside. I would say that we could probably retest 70 again before failing, but it would be cool if we just failed sooner than that. QQQ's still not doing very good. That's lagging behind the SPX by like 40, 45 points. Oil's up a little bit, so that's probably helping S&P out. Vol's up. Dollar's pretty flat. Yields are pretty flat. Although dollar is starting to gain some ground on the yen and the euro. It's a little bit behind the pound and the yuan. Huh. Interesting. I don't know how confident I am feeling on the put side of my condor. 49.30.25 for Friday. I think if we break 49.40, I'll buy a put to hedge. I think the problem with that is going to be that if we break down below 50, it would probably be during after hours. I really think we're just gonna grind until Nvidia earnings. We should have some momentary periods of volatility. We've got the 20-year auction. I'm sure that'll drive some. What's your cost basis on your Google put spread? $2.52. Poop. All right, let's see here. No. Hmm. Yeah, still a pretty decent ramp down to 50. 55 is a little weaker now, but not much. And then from 50 to 40, there's also still a pretty good ramp. Right now, call and put buying seem to be pretty flat, so not a lot of volume right now. Bears still have a little bit of an advantage on the momentum side. And we ultimately failed to break out, even with that big pump, we failed to break out above, well, hold a breakout above the trend. So I think this closed 49.80. Yeah, so this closed back within the trend. So did this. Although it does appear we have very strong support at 75 to the downside. Let me pull up futures and see if there's any sellers below 70. There probably are sellers below 75. Yeah, well, there's a decent amount of liquidity down there. What's your cost basis on your Google spread? Okay, let's say Disney did buy out Fubo. What did that go against this whole court case is about, though? Yeah. I mean, I feel like that would just push them one step closer to getting blocked. Although this could be a big advantage for one of Disney's competitors, right, to come in and buy Fubo. I mean, Fubo's not very big. They have kind of a small subscriber base, but they command a decent amount of the and this is kind of something I've been bullish on with Fubo the whole time is that they command a decent amount of the broadcasting rights given their size. It's wildly disproportionate. Um, so they kind of, I mean, they don't have the biggest dick, but it's decent. And if somebody like say NBC or CBS or Amazon wanted to become more competitive in the space or give Disney Warner a run for their money, Fubo would definitely be a great acquisition target. 2 days in a row where VIX and backwardation, yeah, positive yields and convexity is sexy. I've been told that my size makes me wildly disproportionate. It's okay, someone will still love you. Do you hang out in after hours for NVIDIA earnings? Sure, why not? I don't think I have anything to do today. Futures moving into test 49.75 right now. I wonder if I should move my stop up. Small peen. Yeah, I understood what you were saying. If you take that job, how are you gonna yell at me and AJ? I don't know if I'm going to. I have to I mean I should take it seriously, but I have to sit down and consider it. Definitely need to do some math. It may not be worth it. What does volume on SPX represent? Total daily contract volume? There is no volume on SPX. If you see volume on SPX, you're looking at SPX CFDs. I see you guys weren't on the Discord last night. What job? I got offered a job over the weekend when I was at my friend's birthday party. doing PE. I'm not particularly interested in it, but the pay was very attractive. Is this job the precursor to you raising billionaire membership rates? No. But if shrimp goes up 200%, it's definitely going up. No, not physical education, private equity. Isn't the expectation for the minutes to be bearish or less bullish? I don't really think there's any part of the narrative that's been masked, but bulls are hoping that the Fed says something about quantitative tightening, which I feel like isn't going anywhere because they've done a terrible job tightening so far. I think they're more likely to cut rates than they are to reduce the rate of their roll off. It's a trap. It's Grim 2 offering the job. Maybe. Although the person in question did not ask me to take my shirt off once, which I don't think Grim 2 could have resisted in a real life situation. Calls on shrimp. That's called hedging, boys. Let's show Gherkin what we've learned. I'll give you a job planting tulips. No thanks. When are you setting up a fund for us to buy into? See, that's probably, I have other shit going on, and so that's probably the thing that would stop me from taking the job more than anything else. It's not gonna be you guys. The base pay is like 80 times more than I make on this stream. Didn't ask you to take your shirt off yet. What's this about Girk looking at a job? You guys are ridiculous. He'd have to disclose his majority stake in shrimp. I don't own any shrimp. New Elden Ring DLC just announced. Nice. Is it going to be available on Samsung refrigerators? Dude, those hot dog guys kill it. Charging like $4 a fucking glizzy. Girk, don't go. Imagine all the daddy issues you'd invoke if you left. I've thought about this. It's still tentative. I haven't negotiated anything. It's just an offer. I've gotten plenty of other ones while doing this that I didn't take. Negotiate keeping your stream. Huh. I don't think that would work. Don't take the job. Double pigeon whale, ban the rest of us who chat too much, and force us to go through Ko-Fi. Oh. Are you telling me to Matt Cores the stream? You're just gonna have to stream from your job like everyone else in here. One second guy really went full Stalin there. Yeah, that was intense. There's nothing happening yet, so don't worry about it. I don't need the money, but it's a lot of money. Like base pay plus performance plus whatever bonus structure is probably more than I make managing my own assets right now. Although in 5 years that probably wouldn't be true. So it's really a question of, for me at least, it's a question of how much of my own management I would have to sacrifice in order to do this. Um, and I would imagine it would be a significant amount. So yeah, that's kind of what I have to do the math on and think about. Don't leave us, Papa Greg. I'll pay the PE salary myself. Relax, Nuke. I haven't gone anywhere, man. Just do it for 5 years. You should let Farmville have the job instead. I don't think he's qualified. Conquistador 2008. You'll be an amazing PE teacher. Make sure you tell the kids about the legends of the pickle jar and SHMP to the moon. Thanks, man. If you're going to take that job, you should actually start a fund. You'd make the same and be funded quicker than most. I've thought about that extensively. No, but seriously, stop giving me your money, Nuke. I seriously have not accepted anything at all. I'm probably not going to either. I'm a PE teacher, Greg. It's too late. Stop the stream, keep the Discord. Expose all of your plays to Dillionaire and up, and don't explain anything. So not even like what direction I'm betting on. Just a ticker. I would have to actually work my day job if you left, and that would be shattering. Okay, don't have a crisis, Nuke. I'm really not going anywhere, man. Calm down. Thanks, Masinga. I appreciate it. If you started a fund, I would full port my entire non-degen port into it. I don't think any of you are qualified investors. I'm not sure how much me starting a fund would benefit anyone here. I don't know who I am without this stream. Calm down, Nick. You're a duck, trash. It would benefit me significantly. All right, well, that's different. I'm qualified. No, you're not, bipolar bear. I mean, you might be, but you're not actually. I haven't done anything. Jesus Christ. Would you prefer I wasn't transparent about it and I just disappear one day? I will let everyone know what is going on in the process and if I decide to even take the job. I did a cursory look last night and I don't think it's worth it, but I do need to do more math on it. What is a duck without a pond to swim in? A chicken? Dad, you can't. Yes, lie to us. I'm not gonna lie, for about 10 seconds last night, I did think that shrimp moassing 5,000% would be the perfect exit window. Can you live? There's no. I don't think there is an interview. It was a pretty direct offer. There's just a guy who has a bunch of money, and he wanted me to manage a chunk of it. It's it's not something I haven't been offered before. It's just a lot more money, and yeah. Jayfresh is in a sex chair with a silver peener. Little boy dork, the shrimp on the moon. When you coming home, Dad? I don't know when, but we'll get together then. You know, have a clean tush then. Oh boy. Okay, Gorks Bidet. Everyone, Jesus Christ. I didn't realize you guys were going to be so fucking emotional about this. Calm down. I haven't taken anyone's money. I haven't signed any deals. Counteroffer them with a pontiff sub. It's like 8 pontiffs a year. Base. That's a lot of pontiffs. If you ever actually open up a fund, hit me up. I'll work for you, no joke. I'll quit my current job on the spot, and I'd plan to retire here. How would you feel about taking a position that offers no pay initially? Stop having a panic attack. Manages money on stream. I feel like you want to be veto, no deal. No, he didn't want me to manage 2 mil. That was the salary. I don't want the job because of your potential. Oh, thank you so much. Money could be worked out, and I'm good financially for my current salary. Okay. That's only 8,000 billionaires. I'll get on Twitter now and instantly become more popular. Like, I've got about 20k you can manage and keep half the gains. If you start a lending program, I'll be your DTC settlements guy. That's an incalculable amount of full ports. Think of all the exit liquidity you'll be missing out on. Will do, Max. There's only one way this stream ends. Me standing over your cold body. Also, win mod. Oh, God damn it. You're right, Rims and Tims. We do need our Highlander moment. I'm gonna be Sean Connery. Gherk, I bought DJX puts. How does it feel to be the only one? You're already making the market. You know that? I'd be your dedicated whistleblower. Use that information as you will. I'm 2 of the 3 volume. Jesus Christ. How many less hours a day would you have to work? Probably more. Yeah, I would, at least initially, I would imagine a lot more. Hmm. Yeah, so that chance at retesting 70 not gone yet. Although I think if we fail 65 here, it'll be off the table for a little bit. We're almost past the FRN auction. That's what, 27 minutes from now? Think of the lore you would leave behind. I haven't left anything yet. Relax. If you gingerballs and dorks start your own fund, can I be the maintenance supervisor? I don't know. That's not an interview process. Shrimp MOASS, Rims and Tims versus JFresh for final mod status. Gherk rips off his shirt to reveal Grim2 written across his chest, chugging a bag of wine as he flips off the camera. Everything goes black. You guys spend a lot of time thinking about this, huh? Does the affirm options chain start supporting another? It already supports. Well, I mean, it hasn't hit my PT yet, but I think it already supports another. Well, a little bit more of a leg down. 35. If it breaks 35, maybe 32. I mean, I don't have that much theta left on the position. I've got till this Friday, so 2 more days. But I'm hoping it hits my PT in the next 2 days. That'd be cool. I will say if it bounces 30 cents, I'm gonna get stopped out of it though. What's going on? Did you make enough money to retire? No. I don't want to retire. If you go off screen for a snack, chat will instantly go into shambles. Yeah, you definitely can't leave your chair today. I have June Vega puts on QQQ. Would it be dumb to pick up Vega calls before NVIDIA earnings? That does not sound smart. What about just like nearer the money calls? I'm not sure what you generally when indexes go up, volatility goes down. So a Vega call is, well, that's a bit odd. That guy probably had to rescind his offer since SHMP opened down 8%. Today's stream interaction is going to be off the charts. I never knew everyone felt so strongly. I have to take like like fixed income and um put like positional like income strategy yields, compound them out over the next 5 years and see if it's worth my while, because I won't be able to actively manage anything. And so that's really the only stuff I could keep making money on in my port. I have a feeling after a cursory glance that I probably shouldn't be all that interested in it, but I still, I mean, I have to do the math. I can't just straight up say no without checking. Oh, you fucking bastards, motherfuckers. I knew this was gonna happen. Ooh, do I have more day trades today? Nope. Good entry for Google or wait for NVIDIA earnings? You could wait. I'm not sure NVIDIA doing well is gonna help Google that much, but I guess it could. Oh. I mean, yeah, I guess it'll boost QQQ. QQQ's in a bit of a hole right now. We're gonna fucking retest 70. God damn it. Why are these moves so volatile? Hmm. Jesus Christ. Now they've really got NVIDIA earnings packed into zero DTs on QQQ, huh? Kirk stands up at the end of his last stream to reveal that he's been a satyr all along. The camera shuts off, Pickle and Flow plays for the last time, and the Discord slowly quiets to nothing. Would you guys stop writing eulogies for the Pickle Jar? So maybe we can hit PE class, grab some shrimp tacos later, as a final send. I'm not, god damn it, I'm not going anywhere yet. Relax. Are we bullish now? I thought my put would print. No, I'm not bullish yet. But it does look like we're gonna retest 70, which is super fucking annoying. was kind of hoping we would just fail 65 there. Hmm. Wall at 75. 60. 50. Oh. Profit taking on the call side. Put is $3.70. Fuck was that? It's too late. I've been sobbing uncontrollably for the last 15 minutes. Don't be sad. If one of us becomes pontiff, would you reconsider the job offer? I haven't even fully considered it. Mm, gap fill? It's interesting. QQQ is like lower than the intraday high right now. Hmm. Gap fill. Support at 70, put wall at 75. It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. See you on Friday. Good. I'll tell the bank to postpone their loan offer of 250K. I'm not trying to give anybody a soft landing. I don't like those. Yeah, it could still fail. Although, that was a pretty good push. And there's a call wall at 70 now. I feel like if it does fail, it's almost got to be kind of violent. Fuck, those are so expensive. I'll just fucking. That is ridiculous. $1.50 for an at the money QQQ 0 DT? It's not even at the money. Okay, well, that's a start of a violent fail. It's gonna need to sell off a lot harder than that, though. We got VIX back to open. Oh. Obviously, you got to do what's best for you, man. If that means take it, then you got to take it. We're just not ready to be free again. It's tentative. This is my longest non-consensual relationship, and I'm not ready for it to be over. As the future COO of your fund, I've sent a letter to Wall Street participants. A lot of corporate talk, but really, I formally welcome the newest gladiator to the arena, and they should prep accordingly. It's just a offer for private equity managing some dude's money. Do you want the collar back, or do I get to keep it? It's all yours, trash. Just tell the dude to join the pickle jar. I'm not leaving. No one can worship you like we can. Do you think you'll get called ruggedly handsome on the daily and sniffs private equity? Now let me sniff your chair. Jesus Christ. Everyone needs to calm down. Did I miss anything important today? Or are we just chilling into NVIDIA tonight? Mostly. I mean, well, we have some auctions coming up here in a minute. We have a tier floating rate note, which I guess is kind of important. No, the pickle jar's not shutting down. This is the best calls I've ever been a part of. I feel like it's more than a 15-minute a day commitment. Oh my god. Oh. I don't know why I talk to you guys about anything. Is tier floating rate note likely to be affected by a lunar moon landing and lower gravity there? I don't think so. Quit being so needy will scare him off. No, no one needs to donate money. Because you love it, not us, but you love this abomination you've created. I mean, I do like chaos. Leonard G, welcome to Tillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. I'm not leaving. Jesus fucking Christ. Got ropes, give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510. That's on NVIDIA Iron Condor, where short legs are $150 away from spot. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe, motherfucker. That sounds terrible. What's your crowd play looking like? It's not below 280 yet. We got a bunch of stage 5 clingers in here. I never knew. Finally back after 1.5 years. Welcome back, man. It was great 32 months while it lasted. I haven't left. Would it bother you to have one hair on your cheek that you had to let grow to a different length than the rest of your hairs? Why does it have to be a different length? That'd be odd. How will I know what VN, GN, GM, and DN are doing? How will I know what the options chain is doing? Learn it myself? Fuck off. I think we'll be convinced you're not leaving if you full port the margin account into SHMP. I can't buy you can't buy SHMP on WeBull. Quick, join Zillionaire. He's locked in for 39 days. Okay, so when you go off to join the big PE firm in the sky, will you upgrade me to quant? Sure. It's not my last stream. I'm not going anywhere. Everyone's being ridiculous. Stop bouncing off 70. Let it drop. It's trying. Well, there's a call wall at 70, so let's support. This is the part of every boring chop day when I cut the call side and it goes up $50. That sounds about right, actually. We'll always be friends on the Discord. Thanks, Arugris. You and me, we used to trade together, every trade together, always. I really feel like you're charting the downtrend. I can't believe this could be the end. It's not the end. I don't even have a formal offer. Relax. I didn't take a real job. I was offered a real job. If I'd taken a real job, the fallout would be catastrophic. If you take the job, does the pickle jar still collect our monthly tithes? I mean dues? I mean subscription fees? Do they go to Carl's wife or the Dans? Hashtag not a cult.
I don't know. I could ask Carl's wife if she needs the extra cash flow. Move over, Jork. There's a new quant in town, and his name is Popcorn. Is the offer competitive? Very. I'm just here to overreact. I'm not even above 200 likes today. Maybe I should consider the position. That's fucked up, man. Can you have BlackRock keep the AI running so you'll always be with us? Yeah, absolutely. Would you be required to wear pants at the new job? I don't know. No, you can't, Farmville. If you take the job, can we do ideas dinners like fancy folk? We can call it markets and mukbang. Um. Oh my god. Why is no YouTuber orchestrated an entire table of people eating in front of very sensitive microphones? Like the ultimate mukbang. What if I give you $99 a month to shit post on Discord and YouTube? Tempting. Very tempting. What'd you guys do? I'm not leaving. I think it's crazy you're in a position where it might make sense not to take the job. I mean, it might not. I lose a serious amount of money by not actively managing my port. And yeah, I've gotta really consider that. I mean, I get performance fees on the other side of it, but I don't think that they would be sufficient. Okay, here's how Gherkin can still MOASS. We're talking about hiring another quant. I'd like to throw my hat in for consideration. My resume includes writing DD on Reddit and knowledge of Excel. I've seen your DD. You might have a ways to go. This reminds me when we were so bad to a teacher in 5th grade. She just quit mid-year. Huh. That's what my first dad said. I'm not leaving. If you need cigarettes and milk, I can go get them. I have a driver's license. If I was leaving, I would tell everyone. I didn't leave. God damn it. I thought your dream job was always YouTube streamer slash OnlyFans ASMR model. First of all, don't talk about the OnlyFans in public. I think you'd get tired of having a boss, probably very quickly. I didn't get anybody pregnant that I know of. Have you considered being like the rest of us? Take the new job, but only as 100% work from home. Do a bad job. Take the money until they run out of patience. Well, that's not very good for reputation. starting a fund to keep Kirk streaming. That's not necessary. RC's newest bag holder. Thank you so much, though. I understand. It sounds like you'll finally be able to afford the Jade Roller you've been thinking about and pay your utility bills. I understand. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Did you get anyone pregnant? No comment. I can't believe you got a job in PE just so you could cause MOASS. Well, huh. No, I would never do such a thing. Miss Kirk, I'm right here. Take the money, put it in shrimp, buy the company, bring Pickle Jar home. Can I be your security? Nobody can hurt you except me. See, that's not what security does, Rims and Tims. Your going away present is BTC will top October 6th, 2025. I'm going to screenshot that and save it. He didn't consider the job seriously at all until we were all extremely annoying all day today. Was that the top for today? No, I doubt it. Well, yeah, I kind of doubt it. Let us front run his money. Tell us what you get into before you buy. I feel like the offer wouldn't exist if anyone knew about you guys. Don't get any ideas. I want us to show you what it's like to have a boss. Hey, you really missed the boat on that shrimp play. How do you keep the pickle jar a secret anyway? Poor marketing skills. Where is Mistress? What's earnings plus OPEX covering? I just screenshotted your face from milk cartons when you leave. You can't get away from us so easily. Do they still put faces on milk cartons? Any updates on GME's tips? They look like garbage. That's the update. I don't know. Maybe March OPEX. If we see XRT get on Reg Show soon. And the video moves up 10% up, 10% down. How much is that going to move NQ? I mean, I don't think it's really NVIDIA alone that would move NQ. It's the fact that everything tied to NVIDIA would rip too. Trying to decide if a TQQQ straddle is worth it for tonight. Probably. I could see that being pretty decent. Although there's a lot of IV priced into that too. Hashtag missing persons, hashtag private equity, hashtag trading, hashtag stocks. Have you seen this person? Insert Girk's face. We will find you. No problem, Crunchy. Do people in your life know about this stream? As few as possible. Hmm. Ooh. Big chunk of call delta dropped off. I got stopped and we dropped. Classic. I got stopped at too. It sucked. That rip was nuts though. I also wasn't paying attention, which didn't help. What'd you do if a Tinder date recognized you from the stream? Leave. I'm not ashamed. Given my vast Eastern European experience, I nominate myself to be Liam Neeson. Done. To be fair, I'm ashamed of us too. Is Funo dead? I don't know what that is. How was the pickle jar born? It's a good question. Hmm. I don't know how I feel about finding support here. Auctions are already in, right? Hmm. FRN came in at 0.2. 17-week auction came in at 5.215. So no change there. Bowman speaking at 1 o'clock at the same time as the 20-year bond auction. So no news for a couple hours. Should leave us at the mercy of positioning. If you had to choose, it all started with a cucumber and a pile of salt. If you had to choose, and you could only date either pickle jar members or people who buy AMC and BBYRQ, which are you choosing, or a life of celibacy? Hmm. If you have March Netflix puts, hedge them by selling shorter dated puts. Is the idea generally to buy your short puts back before expiration, or try to get them to expire worthless? I mean, if they're going to expire worthless, that's always nice. And you don't have to buy them back. I would say that would be dependent on how much the price fluctuates, though. Straddle Nvidia, simple. Who cares if it goes up or down? It just needs to move over 10%. You get vol crush. So Nvidia trades flat, you lose all your money. What actually happened to Fubo though? Why did our boy get murdered this morning? They filed a lawsuit, anti-competitive practice lawsuit against Disney, Fox, and Warner. How about pseudo straddling the video with a straddle on AI? Yeah, gross. Just don't. Just stay away from it, right? But Pickle Jar members are just dudes, except for Gen Gen. Isn't 1981 Resistance on a yes? Yep. You didn't answer. Should I cancel the Brazilian I booked? I mean, go through with it. I may not be intelligent, but I may be able to be artificially intelligent. Nice. What if this market's completely fraudulent? Who cares? Genja doesn't need a man who chooses 27 million a year. It's not 27 million. If it was 27 million a year, I'd already be gone. Over the 72k plus memes the pickle jar provides. How about opening a straddle tomorrow after earnings on Nvidia? Big brain. I miss Han Banan. She's still going to school, I think. I predicted both Sanjit and Frag will appear at 1269, and they have halt-inducing market crash. Alright. Is the project coming along with the quants? Nicely. If you end up taking the job down the line, would you still release it? Yeah, I don't see why that would stop me from pursuing other endeavors. I just don't think I'm gonna take. I mean, like, I don't. At least right now, I don't think I'm taking the job. I've got to look into it because it would be stupid not to. But I don't think the chances of me taking it are very high. Think chop till action? Maybe. I mean, Bears still have an advantage under 70. Losing 65 would be nice, but still an advantage. I think a lot of this is just burning up IV or burning up premiums, right? And fucking market makers just killing it right now. There's so much risk premium packed into zero GTA contracts. Especially on like QQQ. Any OPEC settlement potential for Upstart this week? No. Upstart just had a big runoff. Upstart looks like garbage, actually. I would say back to 20. It's quite liquid after earnings. A lot of people sold out. If you want someone with infrastructure experience at scale, as well as InfoSec, and Red Team for the project, hit me up. Okay. My second Gherk's bidet, Hand Banana is the best mod next to Atomic, and Carl has a lot to learn from her. They're diametrically opposed. Is Google done? Did you cut? No. Should I have? Probably. I haven't even looked at it really today. No, I'm not too worried about it. I think I have till March, right? Did I get March? Yeah, I got March. I'm not super worried about Google just yet. You gotta be fucking shitting me. Oh, this is boring. Support on the trend there. Hmm. If the PE firm needs someone to ask when down, let me know. It's not a firm, but will do. Gurk, I'm a really attractive girl IRL. So hot, don't leave. Wink. I kind of miss Koala Hugger. The chlamydia ridden tree fucker was amusing. Did I just get stopped out again? Motherfucking son of a bitch. I hate this market right now. Hmm. So don't straddle QQQ for NVIDIA earnings anymore. I mean, if you got it a few days ago, and or you're buying some theta on the straddle, it's fine. But if you're trying to buy like zero DTEs, it's a fucking ripoff. I'm actually pretty excited for when you're talking to some bigwig in finance and you reference the meatball. The meatball moves markets, popcorn. Are they buying calls? A bit. Not a lot. It's pretty flat. A little, yeah. It's mostly still pretty flat. We're still kind of range bound between like 65 and 75. I'd like to lose 65 because then we'd hit the downside ramp, but they prevented that from happening here pretty successfully. I don't have any Trump sneakers. Is IWM going to be a good straddle for minutes? Ooh, that could be. Yeah. Someone tell me what PE means? It's private equity. Do you become your own pontiff? Like a paid day off? Buy low, sell high, rinse and repeat, squirt, squirt. I heard you're giving away a paid of Trump sneakers. No. 10 years climbing a bit. What's ED? Erectile dysfunction. TQQQ straddles this week needs 4.4% move to break even. Next weekly needs 3% move to break even, assuming both legs close at the same time tomorrow. Yeah, the next weekly is probably better there. Usually you need to buy a little further out when IV's priced up that high. Do we really have to test 70 again? Apparently. When's your last? I haven't accepted any job offers. I just got one. No, I'm not having a pizza. We already did a pizza party before. How did they contact you to offer you a job? It was just in person. Okay, so since today is your last day, what's the one thing you always wanted to ask us? I don't have any questions. Can we get a bye-bye Butterfree stream card with Kirk's face? I'm opening a diagonal put spread on SMCI so that I can make thousands and afford a pigeon whale and keep you here. Nice. Oh, that's a good one. The answer is brown. I didn't ask. Okay. So you're buying Hot Pockets at CVS. Some guy walked up to you, asked you to manage his money. Yep. That's it. That's it. Never underestimate the opportunities that can be found when purchasing Hot Pockets. No, I'm not leaving you. Now I know how my wife feels. I'm sure she'll find someone to console her. Don't worry. When you do leave, could you unban everyone that has been banned along the way on the Discord? Hashtag bright ideas. No. I would just ban more people. New business plan, hang out in the freezer aisle. There you go. The types of opportunities that arise when you simply pay for items in a Rite Aid. Are we still getting Pickles picks? I'm not leaving. What's up, Fickle Pickle Tickler? The TQQQ at the money March 15 straddle would only be like $6. It doesn't seem so bad. How much of a move do you need? It's probably fine. So when you leave meme is played out. Yeah, it is. Whoever bumped BNED July 1Cs to 10-cent bid, fuck you. Drop it to 5 cents. Will you keep another SHMP on the Barbie open so we know when to cut SHMP? I think if you've made any money off of that piece of shit, you should be pretty happy. I bought bagel bites in a podunk grocery store, and the old lady cashier talked to me for a fair amount. Same like? Yeah. Does you leaving me in the schizophrenia medicine is working? We're all just a fever dream? Also, who have I been giving 25 euros a month to? YouTube. That was the real secret. I just needed to float my massive Google position. So would you be able to play SPX 0 DTs in private equity? Maybe. Probably not. Maybe a little. Thanks, Immortal HC. I am. I hope you're well as well. Third time's the charm on the 70 rejection. No, I think we're just stuck here now. Can we get a big failure here? We have to break through 75, and there's way too much support on futures. I never bought Cornichon, yet here we are. Question, cake or pie? Which flavor? Cake, Flavor of cake. Almond. Almond cake. Well, almond flavored cake. Sounds good. I don't know if tiramisu is a cake. I thought about that. I'll quit YouTube streamers if you leave. I'm not going back to listening to Houston Wade. I won't do it. Fair enough. What kind of rich Yankee shit is almond cake? It's just French. I think it's rich French shit. The correct answer was yellow cake. Ah, nice. It's a uranium motherfucker. I swear to God, if this fails 65 now, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed off. Probably stuck here maybe 1 p.m. for auction. Maybe. There's still a ramp down to 50, but we haven't failed the futures levels that we need to break down. We found support at them pretty much every time. Am I a rich Frenchman? I don't know, are you? The amount of uncultured swine here is appealing. Are most wedding cakes almond cake? I don't know. I don't think I've eaten a cake at a wedding before. Wrong. Viennetta ice cream cake. Is that... Wait, hold on. Well, I mean, hold on. Carvel ice cream cake. Viennetta is not a cake. It's just ice cream. And it's like a brick of ice cream. Chiffon? Ooh. Chocolate banana cake? No. I don't know what's in an almond croissant. That's kind of what almond cake tastes like. Fudgy the Whale. I'm gonna have to go back to finding podcasts during the day when you leave to start your bakery. No, I'm not starting a bakery. German chocolate. It's usually like most places don't do it very well though. Why are we talking about cake? I don't know. Why not? Tres leches is the best anyway. No, it's not. That's just cake and milk. Pie is better than cake. Is it? Yes. Name 10 cakes. Name a pie. Name 10 pies that don't have fruit. Cream pies are the best pies. Whoa, 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 whoa. Back off the savory pies. All right. That's a totally different. That's a different game. Pumpkin's a gourd. Oh shit, NVIDIA just died. I knew it. Use risk management, they say. Set stops. Garbage. Don't say that. We'll never set stops again. I know. Can you click off that contract? It hurts to look at. Absolutely not. We're going to watch it all the way down. You wouldn't have even broken even yet. Okay, there. Now you would have. Yep. Hindenburg releases NVIDIA report while Jensen's making his talkie talk today, and NVIDIA drops $75 a share. French silk, German silk, Austrian silk, Midwestern silk. What? Meat silk. All delicious pies. That's ridiculous. I love how NVIDIA's dropped almost $10 in the last couple of minutes. And my debit spread on it hasn't changed in price at all. The amount of IV pressed into these contracts is fucking absurd. Frito pie? Ew. My ex-girlfriend leaves me. The man she left me for leaves me. I'm starting to think I have a problem. I haven't left, Rims and Tims. Don't worry. One day you'll get your vengeance. Tarts? Tarts aren't pies. They're tarts. I have tarts in my kitchen. I humbly present soup and a bread bowl as the best pie. They're not warts, tarts. I have tarts on speed dial, but none of them hang out in the kitchen. Chicago deep dish is a pie. Ew. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go get lunch. I'll be right back. second half of the drop. I didn't abandon anybody. Would you guys relax? Jensen Sodal? What? Again? If you choose to take the job, will you leave the stream up with Happy Gherk in the car? Sure. This may be him packing his bags to China. What makes you think they want him? They just want his chips. Those bags are full of chips. Oh, okay. Jensen Assange. I don't know if you guys saw my tweet last night. Well, I know Salty Shawarma didn't. But I don't know about everyone else. CNBC had an actual fucking countdown for NVIDIA earnings. Like it's New Year's Eve. It's one of the bubbliest things I've seen since the We Make Assets Better video. Where's our countdown? I don't even know if Jensen sold. If he did, I have no idea why it'd be announced in the middle of the day. Calls aren't getting cheaper on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is directly responsible for like 30%. of NASDAQ's year-to-date gains. How much is shrimp responsible for? I mean, it's either zero or negative because it's not in NASDAQ. But I guess any money that would have went into shrimp that could have gone into Nvidia could be considered a negative. This can break up. Momentum's still a little bit bearish, though. So, yeah, I guess we'll see if we find support here. Again. We're back below trend on ES. When you decide to leave the stream, I'll send you an autographed dong thong. Nice. That's exciting. Now you're making me want to take the job. What are you doing? That's monthly. That's weekly. If I perforate this line, I'm just going to increase volatility. Is that what you want? Draw a trend line on VIX, please. Absolutely not. Kenny's gonna buy another $100 million house after Nvidia trades flat tomorrow. Yeah, he is. Hmm. Auctions in 23 minutes. I mean, I don't think we go down from the FOMC minutes. I don't think anything's gonna. Well, I don't think anything's gonna significantly reduce the amount of rate cuts we currently have priced in. I just don't think any news is gonna come out that's going to improve that either. Like I don't see the Fed backing off on QT anytime soon. The pace of their roll-off's already garbage. Just don't. That's the answer to playing tonight. Don't. I already own a shitload of SRF. I don't like CCJ that much. Also, SRF isn't a mining play. Couldn't you just straddle SPX for NVIDIA earnings? Sure. Why? You could just straddle SPX for SPX. Dude, 0.1 delta calls and puts on NVIDIA are fucking so expensive. So 580 and there isn't even a .1 delta call on the weekly. You have to go out to March 15th. Nope. Still no .1 delta call. Am I not looking at them all? Oh, okay. There we go. WeBull had it set to 50 strikes. Yeah, the 810 almost. So 580, 810 straddle for $1,000 a leg. That's fucking terrible. It's just gonna trade flat and everyone's gonna get fucked. What's the next support for IWM? Let's see, 197.25. Give me a second. $196 is delta neutral. It's below gamma neutral right now. After DN 192, and then nothing. No support until 166. This 4960 put wall is driving nuts. It's not even the biggest put wall. The one at 50 is way larger. A lot larger. Almost double the size. Although I guess the 20-year auction's going to decide whether we go into the FOMC minutes at 75 or 50, maybe. I'm so nervous for NVIDIA earnings. This is the most important day of 2024. Okay. The auction's in 17 minutes. 20-year. $90-day theta strangle 120p 1000C is the play on NVIDIA. These all sound fucking terrible. Oof, red candle. Yep. That is a red candle. Hmm. uh, CrowdStrike's getting to be silly. Oh, nice. Bitcoin's down 2%. I won't have to listen to those people tonight. Beyond's back down from this morning's bump. Express Fubo's down 5%. Hmm. Interesting. We have to keep VIX off 16. It's very important. What's your position going into NVIDIA earnings? This is gonna blow your mind. None. I don't want any part of it. You're straddling SPX. Yeah, which I guess is. I'm gonna do that one way or the other. Don't you all worry about price action for the next 3 hours? I just straddled 49.60. Did you make a killing on calls for the past 2 or 3 earnings on NVIDIA? I made a killing on calls on one of the earnings on NVIDIA. The next one opened flat. And then the one after that bumped a little bit and then went back to flat. So the calls on the last 2 weren't very good. It was only the second earnings when I hedged off my puts that the calls printed like crazy. I mean, if they beat, it's like gonna go to like 1,000. But if they don't, it may not go down that much. Like I feel like they need to beat by a lot. I sold out of my diamond-handed crowd pits this morning. Nice. After being 60% down and over-leveraging myself, I'm glad for the opportunity to reduce risk and reposition. Yeah, it looks like a good point to reposition on the short side. Although its recoveries have been fucking ridiculous. Scary stock to try to short. I say they miss guidance, but sends it to 1,000. Oh, they miss, but guidance sends it to 1,000. I don't think they're gonna miss and improve guidance. That'd be ridiculous. Every drop above GN is bullish. It has support. The closer you get to GN, though, the less and less support it has. Any chance of us getting back to 49.75 today? Yeah, definitely. But Gherkin, you don't understand AI. Has NVIDIA already built out their infrastructure to handle the recent increase in business? Well, it didn't look like they had, but then the lead time on H100 orders moved from like 16 months to 3 months, which either means demand completely disappeared, which is definitely possible, or TSMC is just going to dedicate all of their fabs to producing H100s. TSMC is building the big fab in Phoenix, and that's why the CEO has to step down. I thought they delayed that because they couldn't find any skilled labor. Jensen would be the one CEO to miss and improve guidance. Yeah, you're not wrong. Jesus, expectations are so lofty. Are you expecting movement from FOMC minutes? I mean, if they address quantitative tightening, it could be a little bit bullish. If they don't, probably just kind of flat. I don't think it'll have a huge effect. We might see yields priced up a little bit more. It looks like the rate cuts from yesterday are being like they started to price in like another half a rate cut yesterday. That looks like it's almost trimmed back completely now. They're only pricing in 0.77 in cuts. So that's just about 3. A little over 3, but barely. What's on ASML as a long-term holds? I mean, it's kind of overpriced. Yeah. They they do effectively have a monopoly. But it's very expensive right now. They're trading at like a PE of like 42. I don't understand how anyone could bet on rate cuts this year. Am I on a different planet? I mean, we're really not, right? But rate cuts are now trimmed to the Fed's dot plot. Who'd have thought that the 7 rate cuts to almost none, it's no 7 to 3, would have made SPX go downsies? It did. We were at 50-50. He said that, and then all the trades walked off the job. What are we gonna do when Nvidia hits 1,000 after an earnings miss? I don't know. Get calls. We're still selling 2 DTE at the money iron butterfly on Nvidia. If the credit nearly fully covers the cost of one leg moving completely in the money. 2 DTE iron, but I could take a look at it. Give me a second. Yeah, I mean, they don't carry a ton of risk. Not a very wide range of profitability unless you sell the legs really far out. In which case you'd have to take on a little bit more. Like if you did like 650, 675, 700, right? You need a close. You need the week to end somewhere in the $50 range. Well, $25 range to either side of spot right now. The payout's really good though. Like if the week ended on Nvidia 675 and the market maker won, you would make a lot of like all the money. You'd make $2,250 on $250 of total risk. It's a play. Any chance Nvidia, any significance is Nvidia surpasses Apple as largest market cap? Major rebalancing? Yeah, it's not anywhere near that yet. You're talking about like another $1 trillion in valuation add? More? 1.2 trillion? Which is basically how much Nvidia's picked up over the last 2 years. Year and a half. Is uranium slide connected to Goldman issuing uranium derivatives? Could also be seasonal. I think demand, like late winter into early spring for uranium's kind of low. So a difference of like 4 cuts, only priced out to approximately 2% loss on SPX so far. It depends on how much they miss, right? Squilgamesh, if they miss big, like a big miss, then yeah, it could go down 15-20% like that. But if it's like a negligible miss, right? Like in line with expectations, a couple like percentage points off, it's probably not going to hit it that hard, right? We'd have to wait for a bigger miss on the following earnings. I think either big miss or big beats. Otherwise, the MM just wins. Auction's gonna move the SPX $5-10 maybe. Yeah, I think the auction might kind of determine the price at which we move into the minutes, either on the bull or bear side. So maybe like 60, 55, or 75 if it's prints. I don't expect it to print a tail. I would be surprised if it does, because international demand for US duration has been pretty decent over the last couple weeks. Anything of interest coming out of this Fubo lawsuit? I mean, it's a very interesting lawsuit. All right, 20-year yield 2.562 before 6. It's a small auction too. $16 billion auction. Riley's getting sued. There's one playing a video on the cheap. Straddle on NVDS expires mid-March. Is 330-ish. Yeah, okay, that might not be too bad. Is that... Well, actually, hold on. Isn't NVDS, like, worth nothing? Okay, I'm not sure that's worth it. Maybe. Yeah, at that point, you could just play, like, Spy. No fucking way. Bid to cover 2.3. Holy shit, did we just print a tail on a $16 billion auction? Yeah, goodbye TLT long guy from yesterday. Holy fuck. That's really bad. We printed a fat tail on the 20-year. The 23-point tail? Is that the biggest one? Bid to cover 2.39, high yield 5.95. Sells 16 billion, awards 41.13% at high. Primary dealers take 21.21%. Direct 19.71, indirect 49.08. Oof. That's rough. That was a tiny auction. It was only 16 billion. A little support at like 52, but not a lot. The growing fear surrounding economic and political stability of the United States in 2024. What do you think about these October 2024 $2 calls on BNED? And did I make a mistake buying a lot of them? I have a lot of those too. Are they for March? Oh no. Wait, did they open the October chain on BNED? Oh shit. I mean, just hope they beat it earnings on the 7th. Otherwise, you don't need to worry about it. I don't see what political instability has to do with college kids buying books, but maybe. Generally, higher education does really well in recessions. For the new fund, do you want the title founder, president, or daddy? What about Zaddy? Is that the Gen Z one? I want to make sure that we're hip. I was just messing around with the first sentence. I don't care about that stuff. $619.5K is not actually that much. Are people just not that bullish on NVIDIA earnings? I think everyone's just too scared to play it. And the fucking options are too expensive. And IWM shouldn't like that. Fucking almost lost Delta neutral. Let's go. Come on, that print was bearish as fuck. Daddy X. That's fair. CPO, Chief Pontiff Officer. I called for a big green today, and y'all are idiots for not buying puts. Are y'all idiots not idiot? Wait, are y'all all idiot? I'm not gonna be able to get over that. Are y'all all idiots for not buying puts? Why would you? Lisan Al Gaib, the giver of water? VP could be Little Zaddy or Zaddy Jr. All y'all is okay. Y'all all is blasphemy. The giver of liquidity. Why in the Christ are we not going down? I mean, at this point, I can only assume because things will break if we go too far down. I mean, the shift in momentum is pretty strong. We'll see. We'll see if we can hold 60. As long as we're under 65, we're still on that put ramp. You think bulls are just gonna give up the 4900s before Nvidia earnings? I don't. I am a little bit tired of getting cock teased with the fucking GN test though. Can we coin the term bromentum? Yes. Will you bring the water and liquidity to the markets? How much you move stuff? It's anti-boomer mentality. SMCI is holding up the market. No, it's not. It means the hidden or tongue unseen. Is Chief Counsel the Quetzal's Heterock? Or are they just mentats? Gonna need to do a lot of acid to run this company. Are you speaking Elvish? The spice must flow. Yes. I'm gonna have to explain how you went from half horse to half worm. Half horse was half worm already. The tail is a lie. I mean, it's not. But it was a small action. The only thing that matters this week is Nvidia earnings. The Chief Counsel are Harkonnens, brutal, without remorse, without compassion. Alright, I'm back from lunch. Are we still freaking out about you leaving? No. Now we're trying to build a fund using only lore from Dune. Genjung could be our Bene Gesserit. Yep, NVIDIA earnings, not the illiquid treasury market. No one cares. Treasury market strength, same like NVIDIA. No, I'm not leaving. Was that the put capitulation needed to V this pile of dung? Probably not. Not a lot of puts capitulating there. Decent number of calls bought, but not crazy. Nothing too crazy. We're kind of just right back to where we were. Perfectly neutral. What a terrible day. The big sandworms in Dune, those are similar to shrimp. Shai Halud. The traders are Fremen, and I will be Duncan Idaho as your barista, prepping you to battle the markets daily. It's basically the same thing. What's all this Dune lore? I only speak Klingon. Well, because you don't read my DD on Twitter, you wouldn't know. No, I'm not. I'm not leaving. Everyone needs to relax. Kirk, you think they pumped this to 75? How would you feel about 49.66 just for the rest of the day? Let's spit on each other as a show of respect. That sounds like a kink that you're trying to get me wrapped up in. Who's Duke Leto and why is it Popcorn Trader? Why would we moon in 43 minutes? You think the Fed's gonna cut QT? Let's just take our clothes off so we can think. It works like 30% of the time. Have puts been capitulating? No. Not really. They've been selling some puts. What about this looks bullish? The green stuff? uh... What would it take for you to take your shirt off and swing it around like during the last GME run up? If GME hits $200, I'll do it. Again. No, not split divided. It's $200. Other reasons I would take my shirt off: I get really buff without trying. Or number 3, I get a cool back tattoo of the Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah. No, that would require some effort on my part. I missed the Kool-Aid Man bot. Yeah, it was pretty awesome. And the video will beat and go back to 700. That would be hysterical. I am the moisture, the sweat of all things under the moon. I am the nozzle and the chalice. I am Bidyat min al Mukhalal. Bidet of the pickle. Beautifully put, Gork's bidet. What's the fun amount for you to get a Kool-Aid tattoo? Permanent or semi-permanent? Both? 100K? 2 million. They have ones that are like, they use like gel ink. And you just like heat up your skin a bunch and it just comes out. No, well, I don't think it's. It's kind of. I mean, I guess it's kind of like henna. I think it stays there until you remove it, though. I think the ink is just like the molecules are a bit bigger, so it doesn't like diffuse through your skin or spread out, and it's easier to remove. Like you don't have to use a laser. We need to get the Dans back before starting the fun, so we can get that poison out of us hourly. Imagine a bunch of actual autistic people hopped up on Code Red, espresso shots, and always working with post-nut clarity. We may become trillionaires. Also, permanent tattoo. I don't know if I could take myself seriously if I had a permanent Kool-Aid Man tattoo. Like a Yakuza? Get a peon's pickle. What's a peons? Did you mean to write penis? A penis pickle? Is it like when J Fresh dips his Dips his man meat in Sherwin-Williams forest green. New investors have to stick their hand in the gomja bar. The gomja bar is the little needle. It's not the box. It's like a little needle with poison that goes like, it's like a ring that goes on your finger. I think they just called it the box of pain. Yeah. They had another name for it in the later books, but I don't remember what it was. But the gomja bar is just like the little needle that she like holds up to his neck. They really missed an opportunity there. They should have had Timothy Chalamet scream, "What's in the box?" a bunch of times. It would have made the movie 10 times better. French directors don't even know how to meme. Do you prefer the new or old flick? They both suck. I'm not getting that tattoo. I mean, Ivy's gonna crush probably a few percent, but I think like Friday or Monday's options shouldn't have that much IV priced into them. Like Mondays, yeah, Monday's about where VIX is at. Friday, Friday is a little elevated, so you'd probably have to straddle out on Monday. Hmm. That's not too bad. You see T-Dog? No, are they just burning through money still? Do I have that on here or no? Oof. Fuck. Ouch. Have you gone to Ichiran? I think, yeah, I've been there. No, I'll continue to fulfill my husbandly duties adopted by the Dans. What's a chain from Japan? Yeah. Ugh. I'm gonna get ramen tonight. That sounds fucking good. It's been chilly out too. Hmm. What's your go-to flavor? I like I like miso ramen a lot. There's this one place that has it's like chicken wonton ramen. That shit's amazing. Definitely it's not traditional, but it's so fucking good. You know, if you get some noodles and collect the water that's pooled on your roof, you can have pho. Well, I mean, if you can, you have to get a little bit of salad to throw on top of it, but yeah, yeah. And raw meat. Black garlic tonkotsu? I mean, usually if you want spicy ramen, you're most places it's like miso. No burnt. Hmm. Tonkotsu, miso, shoyu, shio. I don't like shio, yeah. I kind of agree with that. That's not a bad list. There's a place in the city that has like a spicy shio. That's okay, but yeah, it's just rough to eat. Wagamama? Did they ever make it to New York City? They were yummy. Um. Okay, I think they have something like that here. It's like cafeteria style. You just get different like prepackaged noodles and make them yourself. Yeah, I've made ramen a couple times. It's it's fucking hard. Same thing as black garlic. I had no idea. Okay, that's what I thought it was. There's so there's a place in Brooklyn. I think it's in Bushwick called Zaya that has Gikotsu, which like or yeah, Gyokotsu, which is like tonkotsu but with beef bone instead. That shit's pretty good. It's really heavy though. And then you gotta fucking get back from Brooklyn, which is that's not a good destination meal. Spelling it again is not gonna help with my pronunciation, Surface Smurf. Cow soup. How's that? QRT has been doing pretty good, actually. Their balance sheet's been improving. I wish I was a bull. Their lives are so much easier. Yeah? Are you sure about that? Their financials are getting worse. They're burning through cash like crazy. So it's like Giotto. I mean, it's just cow, right? It's just cow soup. Gyuto? Gyukotsu. Hmm. That's how you know the top is in. Bears are so fed up. Wish they were bulls. I mean, that's been a theme for months now, where bears are just 10 times. You should see the price. Like, bulls have price targets like 5,200, 5,100. Bears have price targets like 6,000, 7,500 end of year. I know Giyu is beef because the knife, like the chef's knife, is a Gyoto, and it means cow sword, which is the best name for a knife ever. Can you get some more Fubo negative news? I just loaded up on an additional 200 Fubo $2 calls for April 19th. Nice. What are you doing below the video screen? Whatever I want. What are you doing? None of your fucking business. They're not real-time OTC quotes? Oh, really? Quite the 15-minute push on SREF, just as I was going to buy a little bit more below 22. Sorry to hear that. He's planning his exit strategy for the pickle jar. Clearly, that'll never be a thing. There'll just be 300 of you wandering around New York trying to find me. Why does the majority of price movement always happen overnight, pre-market? That's when markets are most illiquid. So price is most sensitive. That's fucking disgusting, odorous Dan. We meet at Prince Street Pizza. That's like a hard number 3 on my list. Is chicken torikotsu? I haven't, Baradactyl. I could take a look. I'm not really doing anything else right now. Oh, wait, hold up. What? Dude, why the fuck is Roche so cheap? Roche and Bayer have been just absolutely fucking hammered recently. Sorry, what was it? ROP? Roper package software. Engineer product solutions for global niche markets. Operates through application network technology. Closest data emissions. God, it's DAT? Are people still using DAT? I mean, I don't think they're really trading at much of a discount to their performance. They're trading at like double their like long-term average PE. And yeah, like the pandemic hit them a little bit, but um yeah, their multiples have definitely improved quite a bit. So I don't know if it's worth buying them. Like that doesn't seem like a very good deal. Return on equity has only got worse. Gross margins are a little better, but operating margins are up a bit too. Yeah, I don't really, I mean, if you compare it to like 2017, 2018, they're really not performing that much better, but they're trading significantly higher. I don't know. Maybe something I'd be interested in around like 450 ish. Yeah. I think they're a little expensive right now. I call my Cenas cow sword. I don't want to know. I can get a discount. Well, it depends on how steep of a discount. Yeah, if you could time it with a pullback, might be worth it. Is this the appropriate place for confessions? Tell me your sins, my son. I'm convinced the confessional was just set up to keep priests celibate, but they could still get their jollies off, you know? Like porn for priests. But you go in this little dark room and you tell them all your secrets. The confessional is a glory hole. You put video calls to hedge my short shares. I'm planning to buy one call at 800, 825, 850, 875 due to IV crush. What expiry should I get? The further out you buy it, the better. I think it starts to normalize out around like 45 days. So if you're trying to hedge, you probably want to have as little exposure to crush as possible or pick up debit spreads so you can sell the vol crush or at least some of it. That's why I try to go as in depth as possible when confessing and moan as much as possible. Gotta help the homies out, for sure. Just bring like a slideshow, like a PowerPoint of like committing sin. And then you could just, you know, get like one of those little pocket projectors. Trash is a real G. This is fucking boring. We got 11 minutes till the Fed minutes come out. We'll save this, or is there more downs? I mean, it's not saved, but it's stabilized again. Any expectations for BNED, or is it a proper shot in the dark? I have expectations for it. I think they'll continue to improve revenues and start paying off their debt. If you had to guess the title of the presumed 2024 recession, what do you think it would be called? I thought it was already known colloquially as the Vibe Session. Is SPX going to go down 20%, but VIX remains at 15? Probably, yeah. My wife believes in exorcisms. That's one of the few things that makes me question her intelligence. Has she tried to perform one on you yet? Hear me out. FOMC, we jump so up there we can buy our put legs for a straddle. And the run off of 49.54 was the call leg opportunity. I see what you're saying. Expectations for GME EPS next month. It's Q4 earnings, right? I mean, should be positive, right? I feel like it'd be kind of embarrassing if it wasn't. Are you an LLC? I'm a holdings company. But I identify as offshore. My wife believes in me, and that makes me question her intelligence. I don't even know who that is, CDM. I'm gonna look this up. Well, she's got kind of a Tom Lee thing going on there. Oh! I know who this chick is. She got them heavies. She's got a lazy eye. I wonder if she runs a fund. I need to sustain some sort of eye injury to become a billionaire. I either need to lose my eye or have it partially paralyzed. I've never seen her eyes. They're not there. Don't worry about it. I'm well on my way. Just get an eye patch. I'd be lying to myself. Yeah, all the best investors have a weird eyeball thing. Munger, Tom Lee, uh, Michael Burry. Sydney Sweeney. The moment you take this new position, you'll switch from Anakin to Darth Vader, with MK being Palpatine and Roaring Kitty fighting back as Yoda, with Trades being the Ewoks saying nonsense. Okay. Ryan Cohen has perfect eyes. That's why he can't make any money. Maybe it's the lack of depth perception helps. Does the lazy eye let you watch two charts at once? I don't know what the advantage is. Steve Buscemi, best trader of our generation. The first eye sees what's actually on the charts. The second eye sees what you want to be on the charts. Remove the second eye to achieve enlightenment. This sounds like bleach drinking advice. I like it. Oh, hey, the minutes are out. Federal Open Market Committee. What the fuck are the minutes? Update your shitty website, you fucking losers. Gork, the red is flowing. The algos didn't like what they saw. Now, see, having a lazy eye makes it so the stocks don't know you're looking at them. Oh my god, thereby removing the second order of chaos? You're onto something here, Potato Tom. If the market doesn't know it's being observed, it can't react to the observation. Fuck, that's deep. Second Order of Chaos sounds like a dope brotherhood to be a part of. Welcome aboard, Popcorn. Should I place trades with my eyes closed? I mean, try it and then backtest it and let me know how it looks. The staff economic outlook was slightly stronger than the December projection. Officials highlighted uncertainty around how long restrictive policy stance would be needed. Few officials noted, oh, here we go. A few officials noted balance sheet runoff could continue after rate cuts begin. So no quantitative tightening changes. A couple of policymakers pointed to downside risks for maintaining an overly restrictive stance for too long. Fed officials judged policy rate likely at its peak for the cycle. Most Fed policymakers noted risks of easing too quickly, emphasized importance of incoming data if judging if inflation is moving sustainably to 2%. Spoiler alert, it's not. Some officials noted progress on inflation could stall. It has. Policymakers generally noted that they did not see it as appropriate to lower funds rate until gaining greater confidence in inflation moving sustainably towards 2%. While risks to achieving dual mandate goals were in better balance, officials say they've remained highly attentive to inflation risks. Several policymakers emphasize the importance of communicating clearly about a data-dependent approach. U.S. short-term interest rate futures add to earlier losses after release of Jan FOMC meeting minutes. What are we pricing in now? We're still at about 0.78. That didn't change much. Staff placed weight on the chance that further progress on lowering inflation could take longer than expected. Fed futures continue to price June as the first Fed rate cut. Some policymakers said slowing the pace of the balance sheet runoff could help smooth transition to ample level of reserves and could allow balance sheet runoff to continue for longer. So none of that was particularly good. No QT, no change in the balance sheet runoff. Bears will be sad. Bulls, everyone will be sad. US 4-month going to be new king of rates, I venture. Fidelity canceled my limit sell on the push up. Sometimes Fidelity will fill an order and then it just won't show that it's filled. Part of that's like their improvement thing. What was the pump? I mean, we gotta clear out the straddles, right? Okay, no rate cuts, 20-year tail, just up. Yeah, I don't think so. Pretty sure Brewery's Eyes like Mad Eye Moody's from Harry Potter. Except for X-ray vision, he has stonk ray vision. Kind of weird that they made a teacher with X-ray vision teach a class of prepubescent children. Huh. Yeah, if I was a parent, I don't think I'd agree to that. Like, he'd have to leave his eyeball at the door. I was just gonna say, don't finish that thought. Too late. Don't kink shame J.K. Rowling. Well, it's, again, too late. Jensen's gonna send this so high. No, it's weird. It's unpopular opinion. People who send their kids to magic school don't care about child predators. Shit. Okay. That's it's not even, I don't even think that's a bad opinion. I think that applies to boarding schools as well. Are you holding any puts? I'm wondering if 50 is still on the table. I'm not. I was gonna get a straddle at some point today, but it seems like there's no rush. My trading is a tragedy. Should write a song about it. And Catholic school? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, look, yields are rocketing again. Can we remove the last of the, like, this last little bit of rate cut? It's bullshit. I don't like this 3-point buffer. But he writes sins, not tragedies. Wow. What? I'm just not doing anything. Anyone here go to boarding school? I've personally never met anyone who did. Only private and Catholic schools. I've known a couple people that went to boarding schools, but I've never been to one. Mostly like rich, like really rich kids whose parents don't want to love them. Boarding schools are a great way to make rich connections for the rest of your life while also getting you addicted to drugs. Huh. I feel like your neck of the US is more likely to have boarding school kids. Yeah, yeah. Did puts and calls change a lot? What if I told you no? No. All of that price movement we experienced was the purchase of like 100,000 in Delta. The ramp could push us lower if we fail 65 again. Uh, I don't know. 55 starting to lose a bit of positioning as the day wears on. That bounce killed a lot of the 55 puts. So not so much a ramp now as it is like a put wall at 60 and a put wall at 50 with some resistance in between. Sounds like my parents, minus the rich part. Well, at least we know why you're here. I went to boarding school once. This one guy built a satellite dish on his dorm to trade. Was his name Kenneth Griffin? I was kicked out of two of them. One of them was an all boys military school. It sounds like an even worse version of getting hand jobs in high school. Or better. I mean, I guess it depends. Did you guys have co-ed activities? My friend who went to boarding school went to boarding school at a boys' school, but it was like next door to a girls' school. And there was like a constant like fraternization thing going on in between the two. We talking over the pants hand jobs, the good old days. If you'd stuck to those, you'd have 4 less children, poopy pants. That reminds me, I've got to text someone. Will you attend my wedding if I book a 5-star hotel and charter a private jet for you? Open bar? Sure. Tell me about the bridesmaids. Single, recently divorced, better yet, recently broken up, recently divorced and then cheated on by the person that they rebounded with. Recently widowed. That's too sad. Currently married. He's not picky. I just want to know the level of jaded I need to deal with. Tears are the best aphrodisiac. You're a sick fuck, popcorn trader. Now you gotta come to mind, all the bridesmaids are single and nurses, so they got some crazy in them. I've had some bad experiences with nurses in the past. I think maybe not. Convinced my parents to go to Japan end of year. Told them to start DCAing yen. You're gonna have the basement all to yourself, man. No, just widowed is too sad. I'd rather still married but sexually unsatisfied. Still married's the hottest. All the nurses who smoke half a pack a day, what's up with that? I mean, smoking's the ultimate slow suicide, right? So maybe it's just depression. Married to Jesus? It is a depressing job. The last nurse I dated, NICU. She was crazy as fuck. I can't believe people put her in front of their children. Or she took care of children. Either one. Any interaction with that woman and children, terrible mistake. I just love Vonnegut's quip about suing Pall Mall for not causing his demise sooner. I mean, they really fucked everyone over when they took the asbestos out of the filters. Yeah, NICU nurses are actually crazy. Yeah, it's like a combination of sociopathic and narcissistic behaviors coupled with an insatiable biological clock. Like they want children, but they're convinced they're gonna die. And that's okay, because they don't deserve to be happy, because their dad was an asshole. That's. I'm trying to sum it up in as few sentences as I could possibly. Puts coming back in? No. Just the same puts that were already there. You know who sends out for Marlboro Lights and Chips Ahoy faster than anyone else? Ballet dancers. All of my formative teenage years uh, were spent around an unusual number of ballet dancers. And while quite flexible, um, there's some deep-seated issues there. Most of them imposed by ballet. My mom forced me to take ballet. They go from doting and motherly the first 3 times you sleep with them as awesome, then deteriorate into psychosis quickly. Thoughts on male NICU nurses? I don't know. I don't know any. That's actually rad. It wasn't. Did you have your pick of all the girl ballet dancers? Well, not all of them. Some of them were not interested in that. It the ratio was heavily skewed. You just became 3 times more attractive. Maybe my mom knew what she was doing all along. Could you do a split? Not anymore. I wish I had to take it. I wish I had a cotillion. I deserved one. Don't get me started. I had to introduce myself to the world. Did the teacher at the ballet school have an X-ray eye? He was like 90 in Russian. He would hit people with his walking stick. And he wore little cowboy boots and he'd kick everyone with them. I don't think he could actually see. If there's anyone more qualified to recognize a Black Swan event, it would be you. Mikhail Gorknishnikov. Uh, why would it go up? All the news was bearish. He didn't have spurs, but he did have tiny feet. This opens up a whole new avenue of memes. I've said it before. This isn't like a big reveal. I've definitely mentioned this on at least 5 other occasions. Give me 1 second. Why would I have a tutu? No, you didn't have a tutu. The most embarrassing part about doing ballet as a teenage boy is they give you these underwear to wear. And it's like a thong, right? But in the front is like a pillow. It's like a giant cock pillow. And it really draws all the attention right there. That sounds lovely. Yeah, it's like a soft cod piece. Pretty sure the most embarrassing part of doing ballet as a teenage boy is doing ballet as a teenage boy. No. No. That's where the girls are, Gaff. Where can we buy these garments? A dance shop? It's called a dance belt. It goes under your skin tight tights. Ballet girls are too driven for me. I prefer to the ones smoking cigarettes outside of Hot Topic. Just the right kind of motivation. I always wondered why all male ballet dancers were packing. Yep. It doesn't hide your junk, it just makes it even bigger. So whatever you'd be smuggling into those tights, 10 times larger. My cup for baseball gave the illusion that would put Ron Jeremy to shame. Did you ever double stuff? I don't know if you could. There's no pocket to stuff. Dated a ballerina briefly. Her feet were too mangled for me to be interested long term. Not into feet, but when it looks like a talon, it's enough to dissuade. Wear a jockstrap under the package fluff, but then you'd be like, so the dance belt is a thong, right? In the back. And then if you wore a jockstrap also, you'd be able to see the two bands coming off through the tights. This is all cake in between. But this would be very visible. The tights are mostly see-through. Why are you trying to turn us straight guys on? That shouldn't be a possibility. Grim Juice Fantasy. I love sitting right above GN before the world's most important earnings. It's fitting, right? This is my favorite stream of 2024 so far. Mom knew you were blessed, wanted you to show off in front of flexible women. Mom of the year. I never really thought about it that way. I've harbored a lot of resentment. Maybe it's misplaced. It was about the time she gave me the sex talk, too. It was when I started ballet. It was more like, it wasn't really a sex talk. It was more like, these are condoms. Wear them, otherwise you're going to end up with one of you. But it was effective. She knew. Well, I wasn't allowed to take football if I didn't take ballet. And all my friends were playing football, and I was like, that's cool. I want to do that. For the footwork? Yeah, well, her argument was injury prevention. I'm surprised at how much you love yourself that you wouldn't want another one. Well, no, I've just seen other people have kids, right? And then, they hope their kid's going to be just like them, and they're the complete opposite. And sometimes you just have, like, genetics is so random, right? Like, you could have a kid, and it just ends up being a piece of shit, right? You don't know. And that's a long holding period, right? Oh God, my kid's gonna be a genius. You have to hedge and have two kids. What if they both end up awful? Like, end up like brother sister serial killers. And then you gotta get on the news and you gotta be like, I never knew they were such good students. But you knew, right? Those parents always knew. He was such a sweet boy. You throw up your hands and say, I did my best. Yeah. We had no idea, but man, we went through a lot of cats. Jesus Christ. I don't have a ballet uniform anymore. I put my tights away when I left for college. I renamed the Gherks so you could have some glory without the buy-in. Nice. Thanks for carrying on the family name, Baradactyl. I appreciate it. I've always wanted to have a legacy, but without children. How's your pirouette? I don't know. I haven't tried to do one in a long time. I have a new kink. What is it? I did ballet for skiing. It helped a lot when I was young. Okay. No. No, I'm not. Now's the time to get back into ballet. Bit old. I had many sociopathic tendencies as a kid. I don't know how my parents turned me around. Look at me now, Ma. Can you stand on your toes? I mean, male dancers don't generally go on point. They don't really do too many traditional pirouettes either. It's fucking French. Pirouette à la seconde, which is like when you pirouette with like one leg out at a like 90-degree angle to the body. Girls do the one with like the leg like this. And then those go inward or out. I'm not gonna get into it. Nvidia is a fortress. Nvidia is down like 10% 2 days. Hey, we're about to test GN, and it only took all fucking day. I'm only $450 out of the money on my SPX bets. That's the closest they've been since you bought them. This is why you should have hedged your upside with Nvidia, because apparently it doesn't matter how far the debit spread goes out of the money. It just doesn't really go down in price. Do they spin clockwise or counterclockwise? They either turn inward or outward. So it's en dehors or en dedans. So like one's turning inwards is pirouette and dedans. So they turn towards the supporting leg. And en dehors as they turn towards the raised leg. How do you know so much about this? I took ballet for like a little while. No, 4,500 was the closest when I bought them. I should learn stops. Noted. Today is wild. Stream today is wild. Gherk not leaving. Cakes, Dune, members of the board, Juilliard of the Pickle Jar. You're now my inspiration. Thanks. Would you say I'm your muse? Do you think we get a violent bounce off of monthly GN? I feel like a violent bounce is more likely below it than above it. There's some puts down to like 49.40. They're not as strong as they were earlier. How would your prospective employer view your youthful escapades? Well, they're European, so I'd imagine they'd be okay with it. Had to look at what Muse is, and yes, excellent. There's a recurring theme of you wanting to be someone's muse. I like the attention. Not gonna lie. You're the wind beneath my wings. Calm down, R. Kelly. Does it make sense to sell 223 deep in the money Nvidia puts, $600 to hedge my Nvidia shorts? Okay. You're probably gonna get assigned on them because earnings. Looks like I picked a good day not to trade. Yep. All of the options that were ever worth anything got stopped out before we finally dropped. Even if you bought puts here, bearish news, immediately stopped out. Is your body ready to wear Speedos? It may be the most ready it's ever been. I still don't have enough body hair, but I'm hoping it comes with time. You're the streamer to my YouTube. Thanks, Popcorn. 10% gap down tomorrow? God, that'd be cool, wouldn't it? Looks like I too picked a good day not to trade. Yeah. Bitcoin's down 2% or some shit. I don't know. I haven't looked at it for a couple hours, but the value of the stream is phenomenal. Learn how not to be bad at the market with ballet dancers, centaurs, pickles, food of all types, especially eggplant parm, subhuman dance to mock. It's really like a variety show, you know. I keep stopping out for tiny profits. I know stops are too tight, but at least I'm not losing money. I mean, just make sure that you're making more than your commissions. Can you draw an arrow to the left and down for where I bought my puts? You could just wear a jacket, like a jacket and a Speedo. I'm up $13 on SHMP. Congratulations. Would you have ever expected to be here 3 years after GMA? I never knew this was going to turn into a thing. You doing wrist curls, Ben? That's the way. I mean, what bad news? Despite Bull's hopes, the Fed has no intention of ceasing the roll off of their balance sheet. I love being right about things before they happen. It's a good feeling. This is the Tim and Eric of stock streams, and I love it. Does Nvidia miss today? I don't know, but I'm gonna close this fucking debit spread. Maybe? I guess I could just keep it open. Everything else I have is bearish. God, the IV crush is gonna be... Well, actually, the IV crush won't be too bad. Because the debit... Huh. Nice. Alright, I'll keep it. Get one of those eyebrow brushes and paint hair on. Delicious. I can just glue eyelashes to my body. Like the really long ones that look like they'd get in the way of seeing. But just over each nipple. Then you wouldn't know if they were winking at you or not. What? You heard me. I still don't have a membership. You know, you could always pay for one. D2H. 12-month free rider. 3 years, you still haven't accepted a single miniature hand tool sponsor offer? It's true. Yeah. I don't want to shill things I don't believe in. One of the things I don't believe in is hand tools. Should I close my DJX puts for a $30 profit? That's not a profit, Poopy Pants. It's just the spread, okay? I bought puts on Disney yesterday. I'm holding till expiry. Then I'm YOLOing TUP because I think Helen of Troy is going to acquire TUP for $250 million. Then YOLOing GME into poverty. Thanks, Dad. Okay. Like Thufir Hawaf? Would you shield Cat? Only if they gave me equipment. Puts on Disney? What strike? You know, me being long Disney right now is directly at odds with me being long Fubo. I'm not sure how I feel about that, Gaff. I might have to close these puts for a massive profit, or calls, and then open some puts. Seems like the only way. I don't know if Cat has a single product you can bring to a New York City apartment. Disassembled front end loader. No, Bobcat. And then I could just rebuild it in my apartment. They could ship it in on pallets, and then I could just have it in my living room and spin it in circles. Was Disney a Pickles pick? No. I bought calls on Disney to spike Gaff, so I could be like, oh, look at these calls I bought that haven't printed. Unfortunately, they're currently deep in the money, so my best path forward is to sell them, wait till Disney drops, and then make fun of Gaff for telling me to buy Disney. Maybe at the peak of like a market crash or something. I'm hoping. Genius? I thought so. Disney made their starting wage like 18 bucks last year. Not in Florida. Nobody pays Floridians that much money. You see Penn Gaming partnering with Disney and Wynn to bring ESPN Sportsbook? Oh man, they're really trying to take Fubo down. Now they're going after the betting side? I hope Amazon buys Fubo. That's what Bezos is getting all that money for, right? He wouldn't be selling because it's just the top of the market. How high can this bounce? Oh, that seems good enough. All the way back to 70? Don't tell me to liquidate my entire boomer port. You posted any DD and Shrimp Street bets yet? I'm gonna ban you from the subreddit, CMill. Would be a reasonable buyout price for Fubo? I don't know, like 1.2, I think. Can you ban me too? No, sorry. Wait, do you own any SHMP? There's the line. I won't cross it. No, not 1.2 trillion. Like 1.2 billion. Maybe they could get like 2. Although I think that'd be hard. It'd be like 6, 7. What's the deal with Fubo? They filed an antitrust suit and anti-competitive practice suit against Disney, Fox, and Warner. Maybe Ryan Reynolds is covering the legal fees. Fubo dead? I don't know. They have a good case. They could win. I was kind of reading through the decision on Disney and Fox's prior attempted merger, and I'm pretty sure that a joint venture here violates the terms of that. I'm not a lawyer, but it looks like it violates the terms of that decision. So I feel like Fubo could have just waited, but maybe they couldn't. They could have let like the federal prosecutor go after them instead of trying to front the legal fees all on their own. Is that a good thing, going up against the mouse? I don't know if they have a choice, right? They either get priced out of the market and their company gets blown up, or they fight it. The same Ryan Reynolds that has a movie coming out with Disney. Oh shit. He's a double agent? I think with Fubo suing, they can assert that damages occurred to their business Whereas if they didn't, they wouldn't be able to reap financial benefit. I mean, I feel like if the federal prosecutor moved with an antitrust case against Disney, then Fubo could have just waited and sued on the back of that. I think he's more of a mercenary free agent. He's not bound by any loyalties. Deadpool, same like Infinity Pool. Oh boy. The government's blocked a bunch of Disney mergers in the past and attempted acquisitions. I look forward to the next Jimmy earnings where it's going to be hyped because RC can now manage the company's funds, and then they're going to come out and say no guidance. RC's big play was buying 3 and 6 month treasuries again. Is there a play to be made with Fubo? I mean, yeah, they've still been growing their revenues and subscriber base pretty consistently. I don't think any of that changes because of this. And so far, the joint venture with Fox and stuff hasn't come to fruition. Like it's not a platform that exists currently. It's just one that's planned. What if Nvidia misses and we find out Ryan Cohen bought the top with GME funds? That'd be funny. I mean, VIX is crushing, but the price isn't really going up much. Good time for buy rights on Fubo. March 1st giving 7.5%. I think their stock price could take a pretty big hit from this point. I don't think buy rights are the right way to go. Maybe CSPs have some advantage. Yeah, so price might do some more uppies. Man, your calls are fucked, dude. If Fubo beats earnings, it could go back over 250. Yep. If Nvidia misses, it takes the entire market down with it the rest of the week, right? Just 1 week? It depends on how hard they miss. Or beat. Any reason for lower liquidity on the SPX today? Lots of little baby gaps in the last hour or so. Not really. I mean, overall volume's been kind of low all day. Lots of neutral positioning, right? Butterfly, a good way to play NVIDIA earnings and avoid IV crush. So, yes, if... Uh, yes and no. So, yeah, if it trades flat, right? But if it doesn't, you just lose money. So, yeah, I mean, if it trades flat, you make a ton of money. If it doesn't, you get fucked. I don't think Upstart's really in a position to have a lot of sensitivity towards NVIDIA earnings, one way or the other, poopy pants. Upstart's pretty liquid right now. You might want to reconsider that. A lot of shares sold off after earnings. When Upstart's really illiquid, that game plan kind of works. It's $200. It's too late. All right. No, NVIDIA straddles garbage. Just straddles something worthwhile like IWM or QQQ. How much time left on the NVIDIA Doomsday Clock? Like 58 minutes or something? Selling options on NVIDIA carries exercise risk. Yep. Even a condor or butterfly. And if you sell them out far enough, you're probably not going to get exercised. But if they're short dated, there's a very good chance you do. Are you streaming NVIDIA earnings? I'll hang out for a minute. I'm not going to listen to their call because I don't fucking care. But I'll hang out for their like EPS and revenues and everything. I don't want to listen to the fucking call. Don't do us like that. I mean, listen, if they miss, it's not going to matter what the fuck they say during the call. 1 sec. exciting. Nothing has happened. Whenever Gherk is gone, I just rewind so he comes back. This is not my last stream. What are you talking about? SMCI puts for Friday 460, 515 options mispriced. I mean, see if you can take advantage of it. Probably won't last long. Yeah, I think that's wise. I don't know about high yield savings, but short term treasuries are probably a little better, and you don't have to pay the management fee. It's your last stream? No, it's not. This will be Gurk's last stream if Nvidia falls 90% and crashes the market. That's another story. I'm not sure I want to hedge my put spreads tonight on STX. I'd have to move up more than 50 bips to leave the profitable area. Okay. I did hot yoga for flexibility while I was a hockey goalie. Similar to your ballet football combo. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Hotter. Temperature-wise. Gert could finally retire and farm shrimp. Farming shrimp is not a retirement endeavor. YouTube requires their streamers give 2 weeks notice before shutting down the stream. Otherwise, you have to repay all subscriptions. That's not true at all. My friend has some tiny little fancy shrimps, and they sell for like $20 a piece. Interesting. That's an expensive individual tiny shrimp. Where would the want to close? Kind of between 60 and 65. Double bottoming here on GN. I think that's probably a sufficient amount of downside for the rest of the day. We should get some kind of at least small pump into close. I think 60 65 is more reasonable. I don't see a reason for us to stay down here. Although, man, there's a lot of options at 49.50. Huh. The 70 call wall gone. Yeah, the call wall at 70 is pretty dead. Man, maybe we do. Maybe we just stay pinned to 50. There's a tiny downside ramp, though, so we could slip and bounce back up. Yeah. We started to fail the trend. And we're below, like, we fell back below the prior level, so... I mean, 49.60 is a big futures resistance. We still haven't failed that yet. But if we did, I would expect that we'd go, you know, down and test the bottom of this. Maybe some support in the 50 range. Although, I don't think there was much last time. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of support at 49. There hasn't been a lot of support at 49.50 on any of our bigger drops. Maybe here, but that failed. So, yeah, it hasn't been a very good support. I don't know what the fuck this is from. That's old, right? 49.33.25. I'm not gonna look for it. Thoughts on QQQ? I mean, it's like identical to SPX. It's a little weaker and vol on it's a little higher, but I mean, generally they're pretty much the same. I did it. I finally met someone IRL that trades event contracts. Gross. Smells like Updog. If you title not Pickle's last stream, we'll know it's actually your last one. It's not like you were considering pretending to get assassinated for MOASS at any point in time. Like, who would do that? I thought that'd be funny. Breeding tiny shrimp and sell them to aquarium aficionados. Easy money. Yeah, but then you have to associate with aquarium people. And they're an odd sort, you know? I don't know if you've met a lot of them, but they're pretty strange. I've only known two. Both of them were very, very odd individuals. Really excited about buying like $500 rocks. Crackheads? One of them was kind of a drug addict. Two words. Deuce Bigelow. I'm not strange. What are you talking about? Are you a big aquarium guy? How are you kind of a drug addict? Well, you can afford it, so it's more like a habit, like you have a strong drug habit. You're a habitual drug user instead of a drug addict, right? It's like rich people aren't crazy, you know? They're eccentric. It's a hobby. Yeah, sure. I can confirm aquarium people are wild. I have 2 tanks full of tiny blue transparent shrimp that are freshwater, and I'm an odd guy. Fellow shrimp culturist. We should talk sometime. If I don't spend $500 on the live rock, how will I ever get a bobbit worm? You've spent way too much time on Reddit, Trash. I mean, I have too because I know what you're talking about, but it's actually a double. It's not a double bottom because it failed, but it's trying to make a bottom again. Like if this had kept going up to here, that would have been a double bottom. This is just shit. Broadening descending wedge. Ooh. No, we can still scoop out the 49.40 puts. I should have held my underwater puts all day. This is the lesson. If I'd held puts bought near open, all fucking day, they'd be like $20 in the money. I know you did, Ben. I know you did. How did you come here to be attacked? Wait, why did you come here? Since this is your last stream, can you speak on if we're done with pumpers? Or are they just taking a little break? It's not my last stream. And no, we're not out of the woods yet. Even though we are a little bit below GN. Still a long way to go to get to delta neutral. You know, now that you asked, I'm not really sure. I feel like the love might have finally left your eyes. For the last 2 years, you've had a real sparkle. Everything fades, sadly. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. Yeah. But possibly at all. I'll miss you. Hashtag no homo. Then why did it sound so homoerotic? I guess he could let the DOJ stop the JV, then go sue to get more fair pricing, right? I don't know. Maybe I mean I think they're hoping to get an injunction to keep like the venture from going live. Listen, this is the deal. I got a tentative job offer. Nothing written, nothing negotiated, right? I'm going to meet with them again next month. Okay, next month. And see if they'll give me more. And if they don't, which they probably won't, then you don't have to worry about it. I love you, no hetero. I know, Trash. I have the letter. I screenshotted it and saved it to my desktop. I keep it as a background, and I look at it every day. Who's this guy? I can fix it. No, no. How do we sabotage this meeting? If the market crashes, there will be no meeting. First of all, he'll be broke, so I don't have to worry about managing his money, and I will be rich. Not richer than him, but the pangs of unrequited love. But you manage the bots on the Discord. I made you a bot rancher. If that's not love, I don't know what is. Does he know you have a pickle jar? No. What job? I got offered like a private equity job at my buddy's birthday party over the weekend. It was in Delaware. I mean, it wasn't like some magical moment. Another hard day on the farm, ranching the bots and pining away. Do they ask you to buy assets and make them better? No, we just got into like a big talk about macro, and he was like, I know you kind of seem to be managing your own thing, but do you ever take on clients or anything? And I was like, no. um, and he's like, well, we've had a standing offer for some time for a position, and he kind of outlined the pay and structure, and it was a lot. And I was like, oh, that's a lot of money. And he was like, yeah. He gave me a card, and he wanted me to reach out to his assistant to arrange a meeting. It's not $10 million a year. If it was just a straight 8 figures, we wouldn't have even had a stream today. All right. Let me be very clear. Did he have vascular forearms? He didn't. But he did have his sleeves rolled up. So he was at least trying to woo me. If you ever leave, baby, you'd take away everything good in life. And tell me now, how do I breathe without you? I want to know. Oh, Jesus Christ. If you don't like money, please refer me to them. Please, please, please. Would you have to leave New York? Probably, yeah. The position would require a decent amount of time in Europe. I don't trust anyone with rolled up sleeves but not vascular forearms. They were European. His forearms were extremely hairy. Even worse, You'll miss New York City, probably. Yeah. I'm not doxing anybody. Europe has bidets everywhere, Richie. Oh man, you're gonna have to get rid of your cat. I could just get him like a hotel. In London? Wait, that's not part of Europe. Not anymore. Why the fuck would I move to Colombia? If you do end up leaving, would you continue your Pickles picks and Discord stuff? I don't think I'm taking the offer. Let me be really clear. I mean, even just some like napkin math tells me that it's not worth my time. So they would have to significantly raise the base amount or um increase the performance returns because there's no management fees alongside it, right? I could just start my own fund and take them on as a client, and you know the pay scale wouldn't be that much different. Invest all their money into re and shrimp. No, I'm not taking clients, poopy. But god damn motherfuckers. I'm imagining him as Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder. Okay, yeah, but actually, very much, but way less buff. Think like not as bulky, like 113 pounds, 5'8". No, not Putin. In the order book. No, I met him at my buddy runs a private equity fund. And we were at his house for his birthday, and he had some clients and some guests over for the celebrations over the weekend, and he was one of the people attending. Who knew GM was impossible to break? Well, we did break it. Also, GM's probably moved up to like here now. Nothing led to anything. He's not my friend's client, or maybe he is. I think maybe my friend manages some of his money, but not all of it. There was no rubber gloves. The sleeves were already rolled up. They weren't rolled up during the course of the conversation. I just said how I met him. He was at my friend's birthday party. If you're not here, I'm going to lose money. To be clear, I'll still lose money if you're here, but less than if you're not. All right. Like you said, end of day, small pump. This should bring us back to about even. Hairy arms and in Delaware, though. That's true. Don't do it. Delaware and rolled up sleeves, red flags. There was no shrimp served. There was lobster. Do you glance down at your lips a lot? No? It's not even crab season. Crazy that lobster used to be a poor people treat. Not if you understand the advancements we've made in refrigeration. Yeah, this still validates a double bottom. And the confirmation is there, right? So if it had failed the breakout, then we just would have gotten a continuation of the expanding wedge. I've never heard of Delaware until you just talked about it. Is it in Canada? Basically. No, he didn't bite. There was no upper lip bite. We were both a little drunk. We were talking about the macro environment. And I got off on some tirade about the Turkish lira. And yeah. And then I started talking about Bank of Japan, as I'm wont to do. You suckered him with bond convexity with vol, didn't you? A little bit, yeah. I did discuss the forward returns on vol. He didn't really understand that. But it made me sound smart. Does he know you're a YouTuber? No. Why would I tell him that? Did you tell him about your Djibouti idea? No, that's just between us. The fact that you'd go on a tirade about the Turkish lira to a man from Delaware and not to the pickle jar, it makes me sick. What? I gave everyone the Turkish lira play like a year ago. I didn't tell him about shrimp. I shorted the fuck out of the lira. Is that what you're asking? Not still. I think I got out of it like last year. Like, was that like August? August of last year? I think the position. When was it, Poopy Pants? It was like back in like 2022, I think. That was actually a good trade. They did eventually raise their rates. They had to. It took a little longer than I wanted it to, but. It was like a month before the election. Yeah. I'm gonna find him and tell him you didn't tell him about shrimp. It's a fireable offense. They won't hire you for the egregious oversight. Can you even call yourself a YouTuber? I mean, I'm not very good at it, but I do it every day. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually waiting on Google till after NVIDIA earnings, and then as long as NVIDIA earnings is kind of flat or not overwhelmingly positive, then I'm going to add to it. Be careful, make sure you don't end up investing money for the Russian mafia. Why? I mean, he's not like an oligarch. He's not even Russian. But I'm pretty sure investing money for the Russian mob is like private equity dream job. Not very good at it while having the single most enjoyable daily pickle theme finutainment stream in history. You manage people's money privately. Investing for a Russian oligarch would be awesome. When he gets disappeared, you got to keep all the assets. You just got to stir up a lot of controversy between like them and Putin, right? And then try to make sure that you're the beneficiary of the fallout. If you take the job, tell him about gray pubes. Thanks. You want me to let him know that you've got your mom's basement all to yourself this weekend? Yeah, the Wi-Fi will be super fast. Quick trades. Nice. If he'll fly to Delaware, it's quite possible he would visit a basement. Yeah, actually, you're not. Well, I mean, European, so he doesn't really know what Delaware entails, right? Like, he'd never heard of Scrapple. Tell him about the wire. I think he brought his boat up from Florida. The fuck was that bounce? That was a big bounce. We talked about it all day. We were like, we're gonna bounce into close. And then we did. And now everyone's like, what happened? Eminem end of day was spot on. So far, so good. Shrimp boat? No. Few people there had boats. I felt very pressured to get a boat. Like, I'd driven there. I didn't tell anyone that because that would have been embarrassing. But I was not a boat owner. And other people there undoubtedly owned boats. Where the fuck is your boat, bro? Yeah, like a yacht. Why don't you stick some rigging on JFresh and sail the high seas? Like a sex swing? They were born with boat money. You made boat money. I mean, depending on the boat, I could really wipe myself out with one. Haha, filthy poor. I mean, yeah, pretty accurate, actually. At events like that, I'm usually the poor one. It helps me keep perspective. If you don't wipe yourself out buying one, you'll wipe yourself out maintaining one. I thought you just put it in like on a trailer in your front yard with like a tarp over it when you're not using it. My 200K household income is straight poverty. That's for poor people boats. I own a house. There's a yard there. And a beach. I don't know if I could park a boat on the beach though. Here's a question. Are you with us or them in the coming class war? Yeah, you guys. Yeah. No guillotine for me. Perspective is why I try to stay poor. That's it. Yep. Imagine putting a pontoon boat in your front yard at your Long Island house. I know, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Hey, Gherk, shut up. I'm trying to fall asleep at my desk, and you keep interrupting me as I drift off. Sorry, Gaff. If your rich friends tried to talk to you about GME and they were all very enthusiastic, would you play along or ruin it for them? Oh, I would ruin it for them. Yeah, I enjoy doing that. But in doing that, I it has the opposite effect, right? So if that's what you're thinking, yeah, people don't like their enthusiasm crushed. It tends to make them, it tends to push them into bad decisions, which is all the more enjoyable because then I warned them and they still fucked up. My beaned $1 July calls just got priced to 0. Bullish. Did you get any at that price? $49.75 alert just triggered. We did it, Gherk. Everything as it should be. Why is Google so happy today? That's a good question. Because the rest of the Mag 7's dying? I've never eaten Scrapple in my life, nor would I. It's disgusting. Filth. If you close today green, I'm throwing a boat at you. I don't know what that means, but alright. No, the coil's unwound, but I mean, you get pops and vol shorts every once in a while. There's other new shorts, but they're not deep underwater. I'm making money recently. Watch out. I'll pull up on your yacht in my shrimp floaty before you know it. That'd be awesome. I mean, if you roll up in a shrimp floaty, you're welcome aboard. Loose lips get you ships, or whatever they say. That's a traditionally a mush of pork scraps and trimmings, combined with nope, I'm good. Yep, first time I ever had Scrapple explained to me by a waitress, I decided that I would never, ever, ever eat it under any circumstances. What about head cheese? No, that's disgusting too. I've been served Scrapple at a Michelin star restaurant. Did you demand your money back? If you ever need a skipper in Europe, let me know. Max 12 guests. That's not enough. Man, this end of day buying is nuts. They're really pushing it. Can I sell any out of the money verticals? For any money? That's not bad. Oh, that's April 19th. That's why. Trying to get that close. Damn. I feel like we have to close above GN, right? If NVIDIA doesn't miss, SPX 5100, I mean like 5025. Fuck, I should have sold the in the money 80 call. I'm gonna regret that. Not worth it anymore. All right, my popcorn is made. I'm ready for earnings. I've stepped out of my 49.70 call I bought for 50 cents at $2. I need to stop underestimating the bulls. Yeah. Ah, ding ding. All right. That was a hell of a pump. SPX closed the day up 13 bips. Ooh, can I do some fun stuff here? Nope. What the fuck is that? I'm 21. 60 cents? It's fucking ridiculous. That's even more ridiculous. Yeah, I'm not hanging out for the earnings call. I'm just waiting for them to release their EPS. Probably 415. I held a 49.80 0 DT into close by accident. WeBull says order cannot be placed at this time. When I try to sell it, what's up with that? You can't close it anymore. The option's expired. SPX options close at 4 o'clock on the dot. You will get $1.80. Spend it wisely. Recap till then? I'll do the recap after. Otherwise, I won't be able to clip it. Well, it could, but it'll be hard. Poll on the video results? Sure. I'm not sure 1%'s MOASS. I'm not even sure their EPS is out. Beat because I'm inversing myself. Beat because the US needs them to. God, the number of people that bought 1,000 calls for March is probably insane. Hold on. Let's see how many fucking morons there are. 8,762 of them. Too much theta. 1,000 calls for today? Or for tomorrow? Wait, tomorrow's Thursday? Friday. 2,000. Or no, 11. Jesus Christ. There's 11,000 calls and 1,000? Are you fucking kidding me? Hi, yes, it's me. Yeah, but 10:30 is not gonna happen overnight. So it'd still be cheaper after IV Crush anyway. Also, I'm pretty sure at 10:30, NVIDIA would be the most valuable company in the world. Yes, all according to plan. This have to be sold, right? Never underestimate. Ooh, I have notifications. Boop, boop, boop. How much are the 1,000C for Friday going for? Uh, let's see. They dumped hard, but they were like up to $1 earlier, like into close. At around $3.45. Imagine how many people in here in the pickle jar have asked about buying a Nvidia position today with no understanding of implied volatility. Imagine outside the pickle jar Oh, I know. I've seen all the I'm gonna straddle Nvidia posts on Reddit. It's gonna like the amount of money that's gonna be lost if it just opens at 670 tomorrow is scary. BNet April calls are enough theta for March earnings. If you straddle, you make money if it goes up or down. TikTok told me. I'm pretty sure that a straddle tonight required a 10% move. Like, add the money straddle at close. I think it was like 675. Uh, 8%. 8% or more by Friday. I guess 10 on the IV crush. Yeah, 10% on the IV crush. 9.2 down, 9.3 up. Just a break even. I think they usually release after SPY and QQQ close. A 10% move in a $1.7 trillion company is massive. I mean, we haven't seen it. We've seen it move down 10%, almost 10% in the last 2 days. Yeah, Nvidia's low of today was down almost 11% from its high. Or, well, from 3 days ago. I guess it is 11% from its local high, which was like last week. Was it last Monday? I saw 420 on Twitter. Oh, okay. Is the merger between Capital One and Discover significant? I mean, if it doesn't get blocked, yeah. It would make Capital One like the fourth or third largest. I think maybe third largest uh credit card company. They could definitely run into regulatory problems though. What's in your wallet? I just have a bunch of cashback cards. And I just use them like debit cards. Rich people don't pay for inflation. I almost finished my popcorn. The suspense is killing me. I have a dead jade lizard in mine. In your wallet? I'd be curious canceling the margin card. The top is in. How did you get him down off the ceiling fan? Please don't leave, Gherk. We'll have to listen. I'm not going anywhere. Relax. Jesus Christ. Probably. I have a bunch of worthless 88 in my wallet. Thanks, Gav. What triggered nonstop green starting at 322? Big pumpies. If this was Gherk testing how clingy we are, we failed. If you leave, I'll do that British aquatic plant presentation you always dreamed about. Are you trying to get me to go? That's tempting. NVIDIA announces the AI is sentient, and we wipe face to 6K SPX. NVIDIA's 2x Apple market cap. And then the next day, the world ends. What's in Jensen's oven? Oh, a 3080 Ti with a bad board. I would never do that to your odorous, Dan. Rivian not doing well. No shit. All the EV companies are getting their fucking asses handed to them right now. If you leave, it'll cure my gambling addiction. No, it won't. Don't leave. I'm just starting to learn things again. Does Trade Spotting still cry a lot, or is he doing better now? I don't know. I kind of want to own Neo. Does that make me thick as mints? Oh. No. I mean, it's Neo's about timing. This seems bullish initially. I'm surprised it's not more bullish. Why isn't this like an 80% candle? Uh-oh. That second candle didn't go up 20% either. FUD? EPS of 5.16, beating expectations of 4.64, revenue of 22.1, beating expectations of 20.55. That's not good news. It's not a mess. They beat, but they didn't beat by much. I gotta find their fucking guidance. Hold on. Well, that's the yeah, they needed to beat. I mean, what is it? Like hmm. Data center revenue 18.4 versus 3.62 year over year, estimated 17.21. Gaming revenue 2.9, 58% year over year. Professional visualization revenue 463 million versus 226 million. Automotive revenue 281, estimated 272, down 4.4% year over year. Adjusted gross margin 76.7 versus 66.1, estimated 75.4. R&D expenses 2.47 billion versus estimated 2.43. Operating expenses 2.21 billion versus estimated 2.23. Operating income 14.75 billion versus 2.22 billion, estimated 13.14. Free cash flow 11 billion, 1.74 billion year over year, estimated 10.82 billion. Quarter one guide 24 billion plus or minus 2% versus 21.9 billion estimated. So they guided up. Not as much. 22% increase in quarterly revenue. What are non-GAAP revenues? This fucking thing's gonna trade flat into open, isn't it? Priced in. Yeah, might just not be a big enough beat. So Kenny wins always. NVIDIA says generative AI has hit the tipping point of what? Profitability? Made up profits? Ooh, data center sales to China declined significantly. How significantly? Still having issues with US government licensing requirements. I'm trying to find out how much. Yeah, it's not looking like it's good enough. I don't know. We'll see what happens during the earnings call. Ah, here we go. Gap. Gross margin up 2 points. Operating expenses up 6. Operating income, net income, diluted earnings per share up 33%. Quarter year 2023. 4.93, 5.16. Oh, so yeah, their gap earnings. Yeah, the gap earnings beat's not as good. Still decent though. I wonder how much they lost in data center revenue to China. That one's kind of making me curious. It's gotta be pretty bad to pull back this far on it. Here comes the boomstick. Can I change my poll answer? No. I can't believe only 46% of you voted beat. Voted miss? How did I do? Terribly. It's almost back to 700. Yes, got a nice little bump off that. Yeah, we should just be like right at 5,000 SPX right now. My defense, I don't give a shit. I'm largely blank out when it's mentioned. I have a long position on it. Maybe the perfect long position on it. A 700. Yeah. I make like 1,800 bucks off it. It's kind of cool. Everything else has theta, right? Yeah. Cool. Ivy Crush is in your favor? Yeah. I mean, I'll probably have to hold it till Friday, but that's probably fine. AMD getting the pumpies. All the whole chip sector should be getting the pumpies. Yeah, AMD up 2.17. Just 7.1. It still feels like everything but like out of the money or at the money calls is gonna get blown the fuck up. we're 716 right now. So we're not even back at the prior high. We'll get another round of like buying and shit when they do the earnings call. Really? INTC didn't go up? A Disney put? I'm ruined. A single company earnings capable to make a 100 BPS wide move on S&P on its own. I mean, ES is only up 50 points, and or a chunk of that was before close. But yeah, I mean, it's responsible for like 35% of the NQ's like gains since the beginning of the year. Will this move Upstart? Probably not. Upstart's pretty liquid right now. I mean, it might have like a stabilizing effect on the downside of Upstart. $35% so far. I know. Looks like there's still some. I mean, this is what happened the last two times, right? There was concern about their ability to sell chips in China. Don't forget that that's like a huge part of those revenues they're reporting, right? Because their fiscal year is a year leading. They're reporting like 20 fucking $billion in revenue, $14 billion in revenue from China that may or may not ever happen. The entire markets are waiting for this, and now people are surprised it's having an effect on the market. It's having an effect today. It may not last. This is the dumbest earnings action I've ever seen. Really, it's only up 6%. This isn't even crazy. This is like a fairly normal earnings response. None of their earnings have actually happened yet because I don't think they've delivered any H100s to really anyone. Yeah, this isn't a big move compared to previous ones at all. Because they're reporting their sales as earnings. They're also financing most of the purchase of the. Don't get me started. But they're financing most of the purchase of their cards anyway. Where's their innovation value? They're a cyclical chip producer that's worth like 1.8 trillion. Are you fucking kidding me? All the innovation value ever, out of everything, this thing's more valuable than the fucking wheel right now, okay? You take that back. Goods not yet sold. Same like securities borrowed, not yet covered. TRS your chips. At least when you have securities sold, but At least that's a credit, right? It's worth 2.5 times TSM, who makes all their chips. Without TSM, Nvidia makes literally zero money. That's true. Don't we all forget March 6th is the ex-div date, so you can get that sweet, sweet 4 cents a share. Yeah, don't miss out on those compounding gains. I think my $70 Etsy puts will be IV crushed tomorrow, right? Rip? Why? Did Etsy have earnings tonight or something? Why the fuck are you playing Etsy? What's up, Popcorn? We're gonna look back on NVIDIA chips like they were 512 megabyte USB flash drives in 10 years. They're just 4090s. They just repackaged 4090s and sold them for 50 grand. What are your thoughts on NVIDIA? I mean, they beat. They're up. All right. Let's look at the effects on the broader market here. All right, big pump into close, which we kind of expected going into NVIDIA's earnings. Market maker was a bit off balance there, so it makes sense that they covered their ass. After hours, ES did one more leg up. About what, another 30 points, 42 points on that one, putting us just above SPX 5000. That spot. Now, there's not a lot of positioning up here. There's a little bit of call positioning up to like 50.25, and then after that it kind of breaks down. So we'll see if we're able to hold this overnight. I feel like a lot of NVIDIA's gains are going to be pinned on what they say about China data centers and their hopes for getting around U.S. trade restrictions. That's still a essential part of the business, and it's probably the only thing holding back NVIDIA from hitting 1,000 at this point. Top end of the yield curve closed up today. We got 1% on the 10-year, almost 1% on the 20, like 8.8 on the 30. 2-year, 6-month, 3-month, all up. 20-year printed a pretty fat tail given the tiny size of the auction. I think it was only 16 billion. But the dollar's still down against the yen, pound, and the euro. Broad commodities up 70 points today. Dollar down, yields up. Correlation pretty flat. 1-month core ticked up a tiny bit. Not a lot of changes there. Volatility for most of the day stayed positive. I think even closed out the end of the day positive. VX, flat, kind of flat at the end of the day. Spot VIX 1535, VX1 at 1535. Why is this fucking futures contract priced like it's gonna expire tomorrow? That's some dangerous shit. Oil up 122 basis points today. Gold down on the weakening dollar. NQ up 25 basis points. YM up 12. Russell losing out 30 points. Move, a little bit of a pickup in bond volatility today, which should be expected. continued drop in skew, although I think this is updated. Yeah. So not as big a drop, but still more tail risk seeking behavior. 57% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. That's about it. RSP kind of overperformed a bit, and well, at least into the end of the day. I wouldn't say that QQQ looks particularly good here, even with a bounce back. It's got quite a ways to go before it gets any kind of actual reversal. Yeah, that's about it. So, we'll see where Nvidia ends up after Jensen speaks, but it looks to be settling around 715 for now. I would say that probably the high range on Nvidia's open for tomorrow is around 750, with the low range kind of back at 675, and that'll just depend on their guidance. Jensen, I believe they start speaking at 5, but I'm not gonna hang out for it. I got shit to do. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Later, everyone.